that worked. You guys let me know if it's working. I'm not gonna open Opera.
I'll let you know.
Opera.
That's the browser I use.
Should probably use anything that isn't Google Chrome, but I still.
To be honest, Opera is mostly Google Chrome. I'd use Firefox, but it loads so slow for me. It's a pain in the ass. Okay, is it live yet?
Looks like it's live, but it's just a black screen.
Yeah, that's correct. I haven't opened Genshin yet.
Great.
Yeah.
Blank screen stream.
Hey,
Whoa.
People have liked it in the past.
That is true.
I can sell you a blank screen.
You could just put like a GIF of a
I can
little...
sell you a blank screen. Aloha hands me a black piece of construction paper.
Keep the change.
I don't know how I would respond to keep the change in that context.
You'd keep the fucking change.
Shit, you're right.
Yeah.
That's what I would do in such a situation.
Alright. This stream, it's gotta work, baby. This is the last time I can stream for a hot minute. And I know this fucking worked before. We're dropping grapes all over, and now we're gonna have to fuck boats because the stream sucks.
God damn it.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Someone in chat says, speaking of bad names, my parents went to school with a girl named Polly E. Sheets. Guess what the E was for?
Esther.
Esther? That's, I swear to God.
That's some fucking
That
Ace
is a
Attorney ass name.
Cartoon
That's-
ass name.
That's horrible.
I actually just made something I can't talk about that I'm writing. I did make almost that exact pun, but it's a game about puns, and there's essentially within this thing I was writing, basically this character has their own little like dating routes, and there's one where it's like got a poly ending, and she's in a play and her name was just Esther, and I was like, well, I'm gonna make a joke about it.
Polyester. Stream looks better, by the by.
The game is running a lot smoother too.
Yeah, you just need to dump your
Nice.
RAM sometimes.
Yeah, I don't reset my computer very often.
You gotta.
You
I fucking-
gotta.
I turn my computer off every single night.
So do I.
I'm kind of scared to turn mine off, and have been for 4 years, because it, after having this laptop for like 4 months, it literally exploded and the hard drive died, and it took 2 weeks to get it repaired for no good reason. So ever since then, I've always been a little scared whenever I have to turn my computer back on, just
Well.
because it went through some shit, is what I'll say.
Damn, that's crazy.
Oh, there we go. Man, you gotta use Wanderer with a fire character. It's so much worse when you can't swirl flame.
I don't use him with a fire character.
He does 30% more damage.
I have Electro.
Silly.
Yeah, but I get longer uptime on his float.
Longer uptime to do no damage.
Do you want me to come in there and beat up some guys for you?
No, you'll kick my ass and make me look bad.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I have a question. What childhood trauma made all of you funny? Love that premise.
I was like suicidal until I was like 16.
Bro, same.
It's mostly the same answer. Like, I assume Lenti and I were just sad children.
I'm a sad adult too, but I was a sad child.
Oh no!
No.
That's where all my sparkle comes from.
All your spark.
Yeah. Have you seen that meme that's just like, I can't take antidepressants. What if it takes away my sparkle?
No.
And then it's like the sparkle in question, and the person's got like a gun in their mouth.
Jesus Christ, no, I have not seen that meme.
It's funny.
No, I have not gone through any, like, significant specific trauma, except the trauma of high school theater, which is not a joke. I had 2 directors who were straight up actually insane.
Hi, Piff.
Hi,
Hi.
Piff.
Hello.
We're talking about childhood trauma.
Ooh.
No, we're barely talking. Someone asked the question of like what childhood trauma made you guys so damn funny. It's damn.
Oh.
I know for a fact that like and I think a lot of women can like women always be like, oh, this is my trauma. I think the funniest women grew up as not very attractive young girls.
Yes.
And even if you bloomed into someone who's beautiful, being unattractive in school, formative. You
'Cause-
have to be funny.
Yeah, you need to, like, it's the same with guys, honestly. Like, if you're not good at
That's true.
sports or whatever, you need to learn how to be charming, because you need a new way for people to like you.
That's
So-
true. So I guess it's the same for guys and girls, but it's like, I guess a different experience. But same outcome.
Yeah, I guess I can very specifically format that for me. Like, I was just bullied from like 1st grade to 5th grade. And so I had to understand that, like, how people engage and like why they kept poking fun at me and all that other stuff. And I just became a very like chill, but also like could do a little bit of humor to like have people like me without like being aggressive or bullying, to be like, hey, do a reaction poke stick.
Honestly, it's good that you develop a good personality. It just sucks that you have to be bullied to get to that point.
Yeah.
You don't have
Yeah.
to, but it is common.
It's very common.
I'm just built different.
Yeah, I've
I
been
know,
sitting
Aloha.
here waiting for Aloha to be like, I was super popular and hilarious.
I
I mean,
don't know.
I mean, you had to grow up in like rural Tennessee, so like that's traumatic. Or wherever you're
Yeah.
from.
mean, there's not much else to do other than be funny and do drugs. So it's like,
That's a T-shirt.
yeah. I don't know. I spent like elementary school and middle school not talking at all. I didn't talk to anyone. I had friends, but it's just like that kind of thing where it's just like I just hovered around them and listened. I just listened and watched everything. Really,
I remember this, like, this is something I noticed in high school. Because, like, in 8th grade, in my first half of high school, I was, like, I think I was considered funny by the people I hung out with, but I was also, like, really unpopular, even in, like, my own friend group. And I remember being like, I think they think I'm funny, and that, like, in a weird way, I'm now expected to be funny, even though I, like, will still get bullied, and, like, then I just get ignored if I fail to be funny. So I was, like, for a little while, I, like, tried really hard to be funny, and, you know, you're still figuring it out when you suck and are a teenager. So there's a period where that some kids will go through where they're, like, trying too hard to be funny because it's like, that's the thing I've got, that's the skill I'm developing, and everyone will be like, maybe they weren't funny. And I remember going through that period in like freshman year and being like, man, that sucks, and then like watching another kid enter my friend circle, and he was a nice guy, but I remember very distinctly watching that happen to him in real time over the course of like a month. And I was like, oh, poor Bernardo. I've been there, but I'm not, like, how do you warn someone about, how do you be like, yo, not funny right now, huh?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah. God, I've been there. But no, I didn't really develop into a human being until like my freshman year of high school, when some guy walked up to me, and saw I was wearing a Hawaiian shirt and said, "Hey, aloha," And then because I didn't really talk, everyone just called me Aloha because they didn't really know my name until
Oh.
like someone like
Aloha lore.
yeah, it's how I
Aloha.
got my username.
Laura.
I've been called Aloha for a long time, and it's been used pretty much more than my like real name. So it's like not even my parents call me my real name, but they don't call me my username either. They just call me B.
Beans?
B.
Ah.
Like the
B.
first letter of my first name.
Ah.
Yeah. You know how it be.
I would be so interested to go back in time and observe myself in the third person because I
Oh,
feel
God.
like
Ooh.
I feel like I was many things simultaneously because like looking back on my memories, I'm like, I don't know. I got asked out a decent amount, so I couldn't have been an ugly kid, but I was not a popular girl. And I got made fun of a lot for a lot of my features by other girls. But also, I got the impression that people were scared of me and that I gave off kind of a bitch vibe or like a I'm going to beat you up kind of vibe. But also, I didn't feel like that kind of person. I didn't feel like I had that sort of power. So I was like, what was I? What was my aura? What was my vibe? I cannot pin it down.
Who am I?
Who am I?
I would not be interested to beat my younger self. And if I
Yeah.
ever did, I would pull her aside immediately and be like, listen, you gotta stop.
I was an asshole, dude. Like I let me being a person get to my head, and I was just like, oh yeah, because I was really popular in high school. Because I was like, I can be a person, but I like kept all my hobbies away from everyone else because I thought it would like make people like me less if I like, it's like, oh, you play video games, like no, I don't. It's fine. And so I
Man.
was just like a normie in disguise. I was just like, yeah.
Aloha, normie in disguise.
Yeah.
Is anyone watching young enough to like verify this or not? Is it just completely okay to be into video games and anime now? Because I remember that zeitgeist shift kind of happening when I was in college, and like people I thought were cool, like, and who were openly considered cool by a lot of people would be like, yeah, no, I'm kind of into anime now. And I remember being like, that would get you crucified when I was in high school. Like,
Yeah, imagine liking that shit and also being a girl.
They're saying it's normal now.
Like,
Yeah,
And,
that's whack.
I went to high school like 2012 through 2016, and it was like video games were like more normal. I don't think anime was really there yet, but also I lived in the middle of nowhere, and like my school didn't like allow phones or anything either. So it's like progression was slower than more advanced parts of the world.
And like, for the record, don't get me wrong about like I also bullied people for like I remember like making fun of a kid for having a Death Note manga when I was like 14 because I thought it looked like Hot Topic bullshit, because it does if you don't read Death Note.
But what you're saying is you were uncultured swine.
I guess. And then like a year later I read Death Note and I was like, no, it was good. And like I told that kid, I was like, no, it was good actually. You were right.
You asshole.
What is that worse than being like actually like keeping it secret? Like that's the
And, like,
best
living the
apology
lie.
I could do at that point.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's better that you apologize, but man, what a fucking situation for that kid to be like, this fucking guy made fun of me for it, and then he read it and it was actually good. Fuck you.
That kid had that kid had big stink energy, I will say. Stink
not a
had
crime.
that erased.
That's not a crime.
I remember being at a party and I was like chilling on.
We
like,
get it, you were popular.
Yeah, you don't have to be popular to go to party. People played Melee there all the time, but I looked over my shoulder and one of my friends, he was on his phone, and I like squinted and I looked closer and he was reading manga, and I just lean in and I go like, I know what you're doing. And he tries to hide it. He's like, what? And it's just like, you're reading Black Clover, dude. I know what that is. It was just like a fucking. And so I had like one friend who was like, this is my friend. that I can talk to anime about, but we do not talk about it around other people, and it's just our secret.
Black Clover existed when you were in that story. That makes me feel fucking old.
I'm
Yeah.
young, yeah.
It was the manga.
Yeah.
Still.
Still.
I mean, like, My Hero Academia, Black Clover, and all that stuff was like a manga when I was in high school and stuff. So.
Yeah.
Ew.
Yeah. Feeling
Yeah.
old.
Kills you,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
I'm
think
24. What do you expect, man?
baby.
It's not that much younger. In my day, like in my head, even like before I knew anything about manga, I was like, what are the mangas? And I think I read because I liked watching One Piece and Naruto, and
Yeah.
like Toonami stuff, and it's like, oh, what's that? I'll read. So I'd go to like I think Borders, which is a bookstore, and I'd be like, let's read these. And in the bookstore, they would have like a lot of manga, but it was all like a lot of installations of the same manga. And in the girl section, it was like Fruit Basket, and that's it.
Yeah.
And then they would have Death Note and Naruto and like maybe Full Metal Alchemist and One Piece. And then weirdly
Fruit
exactly two versions of the Pokemon manga, and
Versions.
never any more than that.
I remember the Barnes and Nobles that I went to had shrink wrapped yaoi,
Oh.
Nice.
and that was a real kick in the fucking face for me. I was like, whoa, what's this doing here? You guys just selling this in Barnes and Nobles? That's crazy.
Dick Fight Island.
Did you buy any?
Dick Fight Island did not exist back then. Yeah, you better
wish.
believe it, but
Fucking, who do you think Marissa is? An amateur?
The only shrink wrap manga I ever remember seeing was Berserk.
mm.
Damn.
I know Gravitation was shrink wrapped. Even though nothing really that intense happens in Gravitation as far as I remember. Also, that manga is hard to read. It is so frenetic in its art. You crack it open, you're like, what the hell am I looking at?
Yeah. Yes, Piff.
Oh. Yeah, no, it's weird. I must have had just, like, the perfect storm of, like, people around me in, like, middle school and high school.
Yeah.
Because even though I'm probably the oldest member in this call, I feel like video games and manga and, like, anime and things like that, people were completely cool. Like, nobody cared if you, like, did that, and people would, like, bring consoles to school and
Yeah,
do that
from-
on, like, off time.
From the snippets I know of Piff life and Piff schooling, you had a pretty unusual schooling experience.
Good.
It was great. There were no cliques. There was no, like, this is the popular person. It was just, like, these are, like, friend groups, and people were, like, okay with each other whenever they interacted with anyone else.
Oh, you know who, amusingly, I think is the most, like, oh, this person who hangs out with us was, like, actually very successful in high school, that I think is a little funny, is, Will was extremely popular in high school.
I can see that.
I can too. It's just, like, funny.
Because he went around giving fucking Jolly Ranchers to people
Yeah, he wore
every
a
day.
leather jacket and gave people candy.
I mean, that would
Of course
do
you're
it.
popular. You're like, it's like Gum Kid EX.
I accidentally befriended somebody in 2nd grade, and I am very sorry to this kid. I had Valentine's because my parents gave me Valentine's candy, and I'm like, I don't just want to give it to everyone. I'm gonna give all of this to one person. And I was like, I'll do it randomly, and I picked a number. I'm like, oh, that person doesn't like me. I'll try to count the desk the other way. Apparently, I picked the number that immediately goes to the middle desk, no matter which way you go. So I was like, all right, here you go. And then that person forevermore changed their tune.
Because you randomly
And-
gave them a bunch of fucking Stardew Valley ass classmates.
It was very strange. I must have had somebody like think that I might have had a crush on them or something like that. Like, I'm very sorry to that person. I was a dumb kid. I didn't know what I was doing.
Yeah, I understand this is a very common sentiment, but my self-esteem was so low for such a long time that anytime a friend would tell me that like a mutual friend or someone else we knew was into me or had a crush on me, I'd be like, you're trying to set me up for a prank. And like, I literally wouldn't believe them and never did. And I was like, something's wrong.
Have you ever actually been prank flirted with or asked out?
No, but a kid I hung out with a lot got that happened to him a lot, so that did not help my...
I've had it happen to me.
Oh,
Bad.
Oh God,
It's like, just to conclude, it's one of those things where like I knew it was happening immediately, but even when you know, it's probably one of the worst feelings in the world.
Damn.
Yeah, quick side, because I've been saying a lot about my story in school and whatnot. I had a friend. I was just like, we're both sitting. We had a couch for some reason in our classroom. He's like, I'm gonna ask this girl out. I'm like, all right, you do you, man. Good luck. And I see him walk out of the classroom into the hallway. And shortly after, he walks in, looking real pissed off, and then punches a hole next to me in the wall, and then sits down on the couch. I look over, I'm like, I'm not covering for you for this.
you dodged a bullet then.
Something about the way you were explaining that, I thought you were gonna be like, punched a hole in a wall next to me and then went, she likes you instead of me!
That's what I thought!
Damn. Get
If
body.
that was the case, he didn't tell me.
That's a
Honestly, from the way
possibility.
you were...
I think you're very charming, Piff.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly, from the way you were setting up the story of like we were both sitting on this couch and he was like, my brain auto-filled with, I like you.
Yeah, Yaoi brain.
Yeah, I was gonna
fucking-
say we get it. You bought Yaoi.
Fucking get it, dude.
God.
I sadly did not get any dudes asking me out.
It'd be like that.
I remember, this is a couple months ago, but like, I was sitting in a call with you and I don't know what prompted me to ask this, but I was like, oh, I've never asked. Piff, what's your deal? What are you into? And you were just like, no, just girls. Unfortunately, not into guys. Like, as though it were like a helpful skill you could have spec'd into, but didn't.
No, I definitely agree
never
with
got the
you.
praxis points for it.
It like being bi sounds excellent.
It is. Big recommend.
It's pretty good.
I like these things are unrelated, but they happened around the same time. I figured out my own bisexuality around the time that like casting became especially more like has to be race accurate, but also a little bit has to be like in certain contexts looking for sexuality accurate. And I remember thinking, you know, I was like, wow, having been a white guy my whole life, I was kind of like, I thought I was a straight white guy. I was like, oh, it'd be kind of neat to be like some flavor of like minority. And then it was like, oh, you're bisexual. I was like, well, now this is just a benefit, and I feel like I'm gaming the system.
Sorry, I just want to point out for a second, be neat to be some kind of minority. Very white man thing to say.
Yeah.
Yes.
At the heart of it all, he was still a white man.
I have not denied that.
It is true though. To discover something about yourself in an era where it benefits you professionally can make you doubt it quite a bit.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, am I actually this, or do I feel like I should be this? And you got to ruminate on it for a little bit longer than you might have otherwise, just to make double sure.
Whoa.
But you have a boyfriend, so I don't think you're faking.
Can you imagine if I dated Jay for 4.5 years just to get like one extra role that was exclusive to bisexuals?
Yeah, that's
For
the
the
grind set.
grift. Yeah, for the fucking grift. I'm bi, but in a way where it's like 95% guys, 5% girls, which can also feel like faking it. But then I'm like, I've had a girlfriend, so I don't think so.
I do actually forget you're bi, but only because you have such an overwhelming guy-liker energy to me.
They are my 95%. Guys are pretty good.
It's pretty overwhelming.
I mean,
But
huge
That's a
asterisk
lot.
on that is I don't actually like anybody that often. So the amount of guys that I have liked is still pretty small. It's just that the amount of girls has been smaller.
right.
Yeah. I did realize, I've mentioned this on stream before. I realized years after the fact, I was like, oh, Jay's the first guy I've ever had a crush on. I was like, no, definitely had a crush on one of my friends in middle school. And I remember out loud going, oh no, I might be gay, you know, like a 4chan user, because I was a kid in like 2005 or whatever. And I was like, no, but I like women, so I'm not gay. I wonder if there's a name for that. Oh, wow.
I mean,
And then I
Guess
forgot
we'll never
about
know.
it. I've mentioned this to Yam, actually. It's really funny, because at the time, I was like, I knew bisexuality existed, but I thought bisexuality required also being poly. Like, I thought you had to date two people at the same time, and they had to be of two different genders. And I was like, I would never do that. I'm not a slut. And then it's extra funny now, because it's like, no, I would do that. And that doesn't make you a slut, but I am a slut, separate from that.
we get it, okay?
Johnny,
You got
two
two
partners.
partners. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Yeah.
Johnny Two Partners is the funniest thing I've ever come up with. I'm so happy.
Should be
She had a third hand, don't you, huh?
I would not want to take on a third partner. That would be... I don't have enough time to give to another person.
It's just like you have to house break them, and then it's just like it's odd.
I'm jealous house. He doesn't want anyone in his house.
It's because the way you said it, it's like I would never want a third dog, you know?
That's how I talk about my cats. I'm like, 3 was too many.
There's too many.
I don't have enough time. I like doing... I'm too obsessed with my work, and I like already feel like I could probably give both Yam and Jay more of my time, and it's nice of them not to ask for more. But I could not fit a third person in. I would not be able to be a good enough partner to them.
Well, and also, I would come over to your house and kill you with lasers for getting another partner.
I mean, you got a point.
Fall in love with another person. I'm so sorry, man. My bestie will kill me.
Yeah.
Can't do it.
The bestie got lasers.
Are you an affable dumb boy who likes besties with lasers because they're single and would be interested?
That's what I'm looking for.
Someone who's not scared off by lasers.
I'm looking for
big
the
problem.
dumbest man alive who's not upset about me calling him that.
Huh? Okay.
Oh,
Pip writes that in his notebook.
Oh, okay, noted.
huh, hmm.
Okay.
If I ever
Wanted
run into a
poster.
dumb
I had
man, I'll let you know.
That is actually an excellent
If
note.
you-
I shall
if you
do
can-
that.
If you can read this wanted poster, you're not for me.
This is like wanted boyfriend. If you've read this far, get the fuck out of my face.
That's also the thing you've mentioned to me where you're like, oh, like, because you are very interested in dating someone, I believe, but you're like, I like, it can't be someone in our industry. I don't want to date an actor. I don't want that weird dynamic, but I don't talk to anyone outside of our industry, and I don't want it to be a fan, because that would be like anyone who watches any anime, so it has to be someone completely separate.
You
from
just
my
want a
world.
Hallmark movie, you know? You just want to fucking.
Everyone
God.
wants a Hallmark movie. That's why they exist.
If I met a cute boy on a fucking Christmas tree farm, I'd marry him immediately. Let's be fucking real. No, like, I have this problem where I'm like, I don't want them to be an actor, but I don't want them to be like disinterested in what I do. So like they can like, and I'd like if they liked anime, but not to the point of being like a fan of mine, because that's weird. They just have to like anime enough that they'll sit and watch an anime that I worked on and be like, good job, honey. But also, I'm not upset that I'm not in this. And it's like, great. We're so happy.
Whoa.
But that's a very fine line to walk. Also, I have to like their personality, which is the biggest problem. I hate most people.
God, what a nightmare to be like, oh, I love that you're in it. You should have invited me to be.
That's the problem. I've been
Oh,
asked out by a
Jesus.
couple actors in my time, and not that I think any of them specifically would do that, but it is my biggest fear with dating an actor.
I mean, we weren't like professional actors, but the girl I dated in high school was also an actor in theater with me, and there were 2 sets of plays each year, because we had 10 plays. We had a good theater program, and 2 of them were student directed, and I was directing one of them, and I cast people, and she was like very excited for it. And she tried out and was like clearly good. And you have to try out for like, there's multiple student directors. It's like a multi-show thingy, and they're all short. And she tried out and was like clearly gunning for a spot in my play. And I didn't give it to her because she wasn't a bad actor, but it was a really bad fit for her. And she was like clearly extremely upset about it. And I was like, well, you weren't right for the part. Which, like...
I mean, hold that L, dude. Like, can't be mad at that.
I don't nepotism cast. I don't care if I'm dating you.
And that's why we're friends.
It's true. Honestly, big props for being BFFs for you for such a long time that I was like, oh, Monami and Tribe 9 is like the first like role you've given me in an anime. You were like, really? I was like, yeah. And you're like, oh, it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't wait for Tribe 10.
Tribe 10.
Oops, spoiled
baby.
it.
Delete the VOD. Delete the VOD.
Delete the free VOD. God damn it, Aloha.
It wouldn't be called Tribe 10. It'd be like Tribe Mark 10 or something like that, or like Tribe
It'd be
X.
Tribe Mark.
Or some
All the
shit.
characters are named Mark.
You know?
The hilarious thing is, like, we were watching, so I just rewatched the entirety of Tribe 9 yesterday. And someone in the group was like, we haven't even seen 9 tribes. And I'm like, oh, it's not called that because there's 9 tribes. That's not why it's called Tribe 9.
Stupid.
They were like, what? I'm like, yeah, there's a tribe for every ward in Tokyo, which is way more than 9. It's called Tribe 9 because there's 9 people on a baseball team.
Except when the writer forgets to make 9 characters and just goes, shit, make
This guy 5 times.
No, make quadruplets and then don't give any of them a personality, so they fill out the baseball team.
We were actually keeping track of, like, do their names ever get said? And only 2 of their names ever get said, and each of them only one time.
Essentially, aren't their names in English like the equivalent of like 1 Tholomew, 2 Tholomew, 3 Tholomew, and 4 Tholomew?
Yeah, Ichiro, Jiro, Saburo, and Shiro. So they're each Nissan Shi. 1, 2, 3, 4. And only 2 of them get name dropped ever. And only 1 time each. So I don't think Saburo's name ever gets said, and I don't think Ichiro's name ever gets said. So you only hear Jiro and Shiro, and it's like, okay, I guess that's how their names are. And it's like, no, the other two have slightly different kinds of names. And
Because fuck you.
fuck
That's
you.
why.
They could have been more creative, like Zapdos or Akuno.
Oh no. Where are the orbs? Where do I go?
Schmorbs.
I'm orbless.
That would require them being different elements, and they all look exactly the same. And
Their
dress
element
exactly
is
the same.
normal.
They all have these
Normal.
bright yellow hoodies that make me think that their
Normal.
element is fucking electric.
God, I was devastated by Meet Normal.
Meat normal.
That's when you destroy me, and there's one moment in that video. It's the that's a fucking dog. You lose it, Biff. It's so funny.
I
Tribe
love a
9.
good laugh in the video. Sorry.
Tribe 9, is that the one with Corpse Husband in the dub? Yes, that's the one.
Mm-hmm. Wow, who casted it?
Fuck, I don't know.
Whoa.
That's the kind of shit I love to do in my dubs. I don't give a fuck.
Good shit.
If it's useful, I'll take it.
Yay. Oh, this guy wants a star shroom. I should find one. Oh, where can I find a star shroom? In this country. Because you can't get them in the other place. Otherwise, the game's like, fuck you.
Oh god, someone in chat just said, Jello, how did you realize you were poly? The first thing that popped in my head, greed.
Greed?
Greed.
Legitimately, I started developing a crush on specifically Yam, despite having, you know, dated Jay for 2 years. And I was like, that's weird. I'm not poly. I shouldn't pursue that. And then it kind of went away and also didn't. And then I edited the Dogs in Love video and listened to her voice for like 400 hours and was like repeating her laughs endlessly because I was like, she's so cute. And I was like, oh, I got it bad. So I was like, maybe I should tell her. And I asked Jay if he'd be cool with it, which of course he would, because Jay's the most polyamorous human I've ever met in my life. Have you seen the game settings he makes? Everyone marries everyone in those. But, yeah. And then Yam was like, I'm not poly either. And then, a day... Also, I thought Yam was poly because Oz told me she was. And I don't know why Oz thought that. So I was like, I'll tell Yam, and you were like, I'm not poly. And I was like, what? I got pranked.
You had a fucking like moral panic attack. I was like, it's okay.
I felt bad because it felt like being like, hey, wanna go out with me? You can't, Lamau. Like, I don't know, I felt bad about it.
Fucking prank.
See this hot piece of ass? Too bad.
I can't even imagine me saying that to you. She'd throw a rock at me without changing her expression.
That was a very cute story, Jello. I'm sending a nuke to your location.
Thank God someone else is doing that.
We were just talking the other day about how I was like, yeah, no, I'm also extremely picky and don't like anyone and felt nothing for anyone for like 7 years straight. And then I immediately lucked out twice in a row. I'm so sorry.
Then I looked at you with hatred in my eyes.
People disgust me, dude. Not like as in like, you people who are in relationships disgust me. I don't know. People are just weird. I like money more.
I know.
We know.
You can't fuck a dollar.
I'm married to the bag, dude.
George Washington will not smooch you.
Macking it with old hickory on the $20 bill.
Yeah.
Yo, it's crazy Andrew Jackson is on our fucking dollar. Get him off of there. Like,
Someone asked,
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was gonna say, like, can you imagine if you were going through like Australia or wherever's money, and they're like, and you're like, oh, who are all these figures? And it's like, oh, you know, here's like Queen Elizabeth or whoever the fuck, and then here's so and so, and like they did a great thing. Here's John Racism, inventor of killing the Aboriginal Australians, and then here's someone else. It's like, go back. Why is that person on your money?
Get him off of there.
Yeah, Andrew
Get
Jackson is
outta
a
here.
lunatic. I believe he's one of those politicians who like beat someone in the middle of the Congress or something with a cane, and that's why they called him Old Hickory, because he used an Old Hickory staff as a weapon. Anyway, you were gonna say something, Lenti.
Just someone in chat asked if I was ever gonna play TTRPGs with you guys, and the answer is probably no, because despite the fact that I am an actor, improving live fucks me up so bad. I get so nervous about underperforming. So it's not fun for me, the way that it is fun for people who play TTRPGs.
Plus, the TRPGs are cringe. Confirmed here. You heard it here from me first. I don't play any of that shit.
I'm not gonna fact check you.
Thanks.
Honestly, I'm too, like, I don't really do TTRPGs anymore either. I'm too spoiled because I got Aram as a GM first, and he's the best GM to have ever lived. So, got a perfect S tier game, and I don't really want to play any other games.
TTRPGs are a lot of commitment and a lot of thinking and planning, and
That's the other problem is I'm a really busy person. As much as I don't want to be, I am.
Yeah.
I don't know when I would have time to commit. Anime rules my life. It eats up all my time.
Damn.
When am I ever gonna find any kind of boy to smooch if I'm busy all the fucking time?
Damn.
That is a problem.
That is a problem. Maybe if you're so busy, you'll pass out, and then the dumb man will just like catch you, and then it's just like, what? Huh?
Recently, and there was no fucking cute dumb man to catch me. I just hit the floor.
Damn.
Hurt real
Damn.
bad.
She hit the floor.
Hit the floor.
Wait, what's your pronouns?
Next thing you know, any.
Okay, cool. I'll just say whatever I fucking come up with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was saying stuff, and I was just like, I've never fucking looked at any bio or anything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Pronouns are jank. I just want to be an amorphous blob.
One of my favorite
Same.
moments on any stream is on the fucking it was the meme for like name that meme stream for charity, because at one point Gianni like said something stupid that was clearly just Gianni fucking around. Like he was just like trying to be contrarian for the sake of a gag, but the thing he was auto contrarian to was like a hey, donate to this like trans thing we're doing, and he was like, I won't, or whatever. We're like, wow, Gianni transphobic moments. And then immediately following it was like, hey, anyone who's trans, just take a free point. And I like gave one to like Bo, Oz, and Quills, and then I was like, aloha, you got like a they them pronoun, right? Do you want a free point? And you were like, I'll take a free point. I don't
My
give a
God.
shit.
I'll do it. Going by he him pronouns are purely for convenience.
I like again like going by any, but like not because I identify myself as any kind of trans. Like I wouldn't
Yeah.
feel comfortable putting myself in that box.
Yeah.
I hate when people who don't know me call me she her.
Yeah.
It bothers me terribly. But if they're
Yeah.
my friend, I like and even prefer when they call me she, her. But it feels like something only my friends and family should do.
Yeah.
So I like for strangers to call me they, them.
Yeah,
And
that's
then
respectable.
I'm just also fine with he, him, so that if anyone tries to misgender me to like be a shitlord, I'll be like, doesn't work.
Yeah, fuck you.
Doesn't work.
You being like, oh yeah, I prefer it when my friends call me she, her. Me calling you they, them almost exclusively. Uh-oh.
Wait, like, did you think you guys were friends? I'm
Oh
sorry.
no!
Me and some of them strangers this whole time.
I just fucking.
No,
Why-
you're doing that as a remnant of me literally asking you to call me they, them. So I don't mind
Yeah,
because you're
that's
doing
poggers.
it to be respectful.
Poggers of you jello.
It's pretty poggers you respecting my pronouns. Thank you.
Yeah.
There's mushrooms here. Sorry. Me looking
Wow.
at the pronouns mushroom.
Friendship over.
No. I
Oh man,
didn't want
that's really cool that you're really respectful of things like these mushrooms.
Mushrooms.
I'm
Twitter
sorry.
call-out pose for Marissa Lenti's ex-best friend.
The
Yeah.
line I'm
French.
most excited to start whipping out constantly, and I hope Yam weaponizes it and fucking it's gonna be in Dogs That Love 3. It's
I
so-
just did.
I know, but I'm explaining it. It fucking there's a bit where like I'm playing this character who like sounds like this. He sounds like fucking Cerberus Snape, and there's a cast form that comes out. I go, I'm a little ball sack. And Oz goes, someone clip that and use it against Jello. And then a Starmie gets sent out, and just to continue the joke, I go, just like, I'm a butthole. And it doesn't even look like one. And Ian goes, no, don't say that about Starmie. It's my favorite Pokemon. Wow, yeah, I'm pretty weird liking the butthole Pokemon. Twitter call out post from my ex-boyfriend. It's so
I'm sorry. I'm
funny.
sorry you got spoiled for the fucking ball sack chatter. Okay.
I can't spoil anything in Dogs in Love. We streamed it publicly.
But it's nowhere anymore. It's coming out soon.
That's
though.
not our fault.
And it's fucking Twitch's fault. Right. Yeah. It's a little boost. Yeah. Probably gonna fucking, what is it? Dogs in Love 1's last VOD got uploaded today.
Yay.
I already have fucking Later Alligator scheduled because I didn't have the assets for the thumbnail. But after Later Alligators, when Dogs in Love 2 will be fucking uploaded in the VOD thing. So
It will be ready.
yeah, I'm gonna get 20 million comments on the Later Alligator stream where he's like, when are you guys uploading XD? And it's just like, I used to answer questions like that, but then I realized that like there's no amount of answering that will ever like actually reach someone who's gonna ask the question again. So I'm just like, I'm just not gonna answer it.
Loving you learning over the course of time, like all the lessons Lenti and I already knew. When you were like, yeah, I want to be like popular and seen on that other stream, rip to you guys, but I'm different. And then you keep like coming to me to complain about interacting with people. And being like,
Here's the thing, Jell. I love complaining more than fucking anything. Yeah, you don't get it. I love complaining.
Complaining for the sport of it, not
Yeah,
because he's
like-
learning
"Are you
any
my
lessons.
dad?"
Like you guys, like I was working on thumbnails earlier this stream, and it's this thing of what is it? Like my work process is just complaining while I work, and that's just how I do it. I just complain. It's therapeutic. I don't keep that shit in. I keep it out. So I just complain while doing things, and then it's just like, well, I'm clean.
No, to be fair,
Yeah.
I vent to Jello constantly, and Jello will be
Yeah.
like, "This is why you don't fucking do X," and I'm like, "I know." but I want to complain about it.
I don't
Yeah.
feel like I say that to you very often.
It used to be more of a thing.
Yeah.
Now I think we have an understanding.
I can't remember any time in the last like 8 months you've been like, I need to vent about something, and I'm like, well, you should have learned your lesson. Every time this last year I've been like, Jesus Christ, how are you not
No.
dead from this shit yet?
I'm not talking about within the last year.
Okay.
I'm carbon dating our friendship back to the beginning.
Ah, okay. I think the thing I most often, like, wag my finger at you for is you love when something you worked on comes out to, like, mine for reactions, but, like, everywhere, like, in places that are guaranteed to have fucker reactions. And they're like, I can't believe these fuckers reacted like fuckers. I'm like, why did you come there?
I like seeing that shit though, because I go like, look at these fucking idiots. You know?
No,
It's like,
exactly.
yeah.
I want to screen cap their fucker reactions and complain about them, but if I do it to Jello, he's like, yeah, you shouldn't have gone on fucker.forum. And I'm like, I know, but I want to call them fucker.
Look, dude, it's a prime environment. It's just like you find fuckers, you complain about the fuckers, you feel better because you get the emotions out of it.
In fairness, I really don't like prime a usual reaction from you because like 2/3 of the time I think I'll be like, what are you doing? And then the last third of the time I'll be like, yo, this man has made me angry, and then I'll like figure them out and roast them for 2 hours.
Yeah, that is like the other possible outcome is where you'll be like, you know what? No, fuck this guy for you. You'll
Yeah,
just like
someone said something dumb at Marissa somewhere, like not even that bad, but like stupid. And you basically just DM me. We're like, look at this jabroni. And I was like, I wish he were dead. And I looked at his website and just made fun of every aspect of it.
you like went on his website and you were like, nice HTML, fucker.
You know who else is really good at that? Actually, is Rube. Rube is very funny at like, just not like necessarily roasting people, just being like, all right. Rube is less mean about it and actually therefore way funnier about it.
I appreciate how mean you are because it puts a little smile on my face when I'm having a bad day.
That's
That you're just like blowing up my phone, being like, I hate this man. I'm gonna systematically ruin his life. And I'm just like, oh, my friend's trying to make me smile. That feels good.
Sometimes it's nice because I go like, it's like I fucking recently it was just like, yeah, it's like this thing's like okay, and Jello's like, this is stupid. I'm like, oh, okay, thank God I can just say this is stupid. Yeah, it's dumb. It's like if you open the gateway and I go like, okay, yeah.
Yeah, we, like I mentioned earlier, that Lenti and some friends and I went to a play afterwards, and I felt like such a sourpuss because I didn't like a couple elements of the show, even though it was mostly good, and I didn't like some shit going on in the audience the whole show. And I remember we all got up and walked like to a corner of the theater. I was like, anyone else kind of not like Act 2? And everyone was like, yeah. And I was like, okay, good, it's not just me. That's
But also like, fucking when we were sitting in our seats and like the audience would have like a way too big reaction and like bad theater etiquette, we would exchange glances, and I was like, oh, thank God Jello's on the same page with me right now. That brings so much like contentedness to my heart that I am not alone in a sea of darkness.
I made a vague tweet about that and was like genuinely so worried about waking up to being canceled for being like, don't be annoying in a theater.
How dare you?
They were. It was annoying.
You don't pay their subscription, bro.
I have never once correctly predicted the thing I have said on Twitter that will piss people off. Oh, I did. Semi-related. Searched some term to find some old tweet for linking something, and I ended up. I grabbed I passed this one thing that had 700 likes, and I was like, okay, I finished X thing. according to my patrons, the next thing they want me to like look at and review is I guess it's Infinity Train. And everyone was so excited. And I was like, oh, remember when you guys thought I was gonna like this show?
They need to learn that whenever like the internet is excited for you to watch something, you're probably gonna hate it.
It's this thing of like I don't know. It's just people don't understand what Jello likes and dislikes. Like
No, they do not.
like it's this thing of like every time you ask for video games, people go Danganronpa. He loved Ace Attorney, so he's definitely going to like this.
And it's like,
And
no,
it's
you
just like-
guys loved our Ace Attorney playthrough. Genuinely, I like the franchise still, I would say. Ace Attorney is such a frustrating game to read through. Like, it really comes through how dumb those games are when you have to act as the characters.
No.
I was gonna say, so fun to bring Yam into the mix and her first fucking character is Moon.
That was something.
Oh my god.
Well, those of us who know you well are like, Jello would hate Danganronpa.
And then on like the other end of things, Aloha was like, like when the Chainsaw Man auditions went out, I was like, hey, I think you've read this. Can you give me a place to very legally read it? And you were like, sure. And then I read it all in one sitting. I was like, that was great. And you were like, yeah, it is great. I love it when people like the shit I recommend them. Fuck yeah. And it's like, yeah. The trick is recommending me something that's actually good. And
Objectively good.
Chainsaw Man is really good.
It's that thing of like, it's like 50-50 whether you really don't like Chainsaw Man or really like it. Because it has like some stuff in it that people can see and it's just like, no, this is not my jam whatsoever. And if you don't care, then it's like, yo, this is the best shit ever. It's like, yeah.
Like, Chainsaw Man is a lot grosser and darker and grittier than I normally like of stuff. But, like, I've never seen any... And, like, if someone's just like, that's not my jam, fair. But all the complaints I'll see are people being like, it's like... Genji's motivations are sexual, so this is like a trashy, like, Konosuba anime. It's like, what are you talking about? You have such bad reading comprehension.
Like, it's this thing of people aren't used to interpreting art anymore, I guess, is the biggest thing. Is people will just, like, go like, hey, artist who made this, what's the point of this? And it's just like...
I know!
And I feel like, sometimes you just have to read something, and even if you don't get the same interpretation as the artist or author was trying to get out, I feel like your interpretation, if you like it, is kind of like good in its own way, right? I guess, and so it's just like people go like, oh, this character is very sexual, so therefore it's bad, but sexuality is an inherent part of human nature, and just kind of like acknowledging that in Chainsaw Man and looking at the character and all this other stuff, it's just like, you know.
You know what's another series that's like sexuality is a big part of it and it's really good? Is Beastars, actually. Beastars is really, really horny, but like Beastars is a piece of media where I read it and I was like, this is pretty horny. And I read it a little longer. I was like, I bet a woman wrote this because it's smart. And I looked it up and it was.
Oh, yeah.
It's
Yeah.
not my concern.
Most people about Chainsaw Man because the CGI, which is dumb. Because the CGI looks good. I don't know. People like CGI has like gotten to a point where it's like actually like.
Yeah, CGI anime looks pretty good.
Like Trigun Stampede looks amazing.
I do think it's fair though. If you're just like on principle, I just prefer not to. I can respect that.
Like CGI.
Yeah, because CGI anime can look like Garbo.
I mean,
Yeah, but so can 2D.
Yeah, like
It's just a medium. It's like saying it's like people who snub animation because it's for kids or something. It's like, no, it's a medium.
I don't know.
Mhm.
People can like what they fucking like. I
know you can have taste and shit, but no. I'm
I
sorry.
hate watching live action shit. That's just how I feel about life.
Fleshies. Damn.
It's fine, but you're not gonna say all live action movies are bad.
No.
Exactly.
But I also respect someone who's like, oh, I don't think all 3D CG anime is bad, but also I don't want to watch it. And it's like, okay.
I think I'm with Yam. I do think that's a dumb take because CG anime, specifically CG anime, is such a new medium, honestly. Like, it's such a new subgenre because it's
It's
only...
going through growing pains. Like, give it a year.
No,
a
I
few
mean,
years.
like, I'm not blaming the anime. I'm just saying everybody on this planet has limited time to do shit, and if you just decide that, like, yeah, I'm not gonna check out anything in a particular genre or medium, it's like,
you
all right.
Like,
You guys watched The Iron Giant growing up? Did you like that movie?
No, I never saw it.
I get what you're saying, Lenti, and normally I'd agree for things like, oh, I don't like similar to what you're saying, like, I've never watched, like, Has Been Hotel or Hell of a Boss because I just know I don't like that subject matter and that tone. That's one thing. And there's also, like, just, like, genre or general, like, I can even be like, oh, yeah, I don't prefer live action. That's fine. But due to how new the concept of a good-looking, fully CG animated thing is, I think it's dumb currently for someone to write it off specifically and only for that reason. Whereas, like, if they were like, oh, Chainsaw Man is like, I'm just uncomfortable with, like, open sexuality even if it's done well, that I'm cool with. I don't like gore, that I'm cool with. The refusal of a medium, I think, is weird.
I think I am just drawing a differentiation between writing something off as opposed to just slimming down your options when you are choosing what to do with your finite amount of free time.
I guess, yeah.
I think it's
I don't-
completely fair to be like, hey, I don't think there's anything wrong with 3D anime, but like, I only get like 2 hours a day to watch anime, and I'm just deciding not to watch any of those. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's fine to have taste, but like, don't you fucking dare write off a full thing or pretend like the whole
Yeah.
medium is bad. Don't be an idiot.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for
I get-
example, usually
Yam's
don't
yelling
watch
at a
3D
hypothetical
anime.
chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get you're not saying that, but
Yeah.
But I'm the one that's on the other side of the conversation, so I have to be like, please, my
Yeah.
I know.
opinion.
Yeah.
Like, I don't usually watch 3D anime, just because I don't know.
It's
I only have so much time to watch fucking anime. I just don't.
Yeah, it's always been in a weird place because it's just like 3D has always been the cheaper alternative to like animation and stuff, and so a lot of people have used it as a shortcut rather than its own like medium in certain cases. But it's starting to go around to a point where it's just like Trigun Stampede, like there's a Netflix anime called King and Ashura, which is a martial arts manga that got turned into an anime. It's completely CG. It's not completely CG, but all the fight scenes and like a lot of the main characters are CG, right? And 3D animation allows you to go into a detail that would take a million years with animation in a fight scene specifically. That's very like realistic to like certain real fights, like like techniques and all that.
Yeah.
Right.
Also,
And
like,
then,
one of my favorite anime that I've ever directed was 3D. So like, there's an exception for everything, and like, it's not good 3D either. It's fucking
Kimono Friends is ugly.
Kimono Friends is real ugly, but I just like the show, and so like, everything has its exceptions. But at the same time, like, if you are showing me a clip of something to try to entice me into watching it and it's 3D, you're kind of going on an uphill battle. Not because I'll never give it a shot, but just because with my limited free time, I prefer to watch a 2D show. I just think 2D animation's really beautiful, and I'd rather look at it.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I like the shoutouts as per usual to Spider-Verse for single-handedly making everyone go, oh, you can animate on different frame rates to save time and make it look better. I see. And then everyone in the world being like, that is what we will do forever now.
Also, Spider-Verse is 3D animated. Fuckers.
Fuckos.
Haven't seen
it.
I think Spider-Verse is a pretty good movie. I remember walking out of it and being like, 8 out of 10. I'm gonna get lynched for that.
I don't like movies very much, so I don't see them very often.
The last time I was in a movie theater was Indiana Jones and the Crystal Skull. Like, Yeah, that was a long time ago. Yeah, I wish I could go to movie theaters more often. It's just like I like stopped going. I used to go like all the time as a kid because I had an uncle who was like, "Yeah, movies," and I just consumed a shit ton of movies because like I had nothing else to do on the ranch. So it's like movies. I like the Jackie Chan, other things.
Yeah, I like movies. I think.
You think?
I like
Unfortunately,
watching movies with other people.
Yeah, that's
By myself.
one thing where it's just like me as a person. A lot of the things I do, I would only rather do with like other people, like watching movies or like even anime. It's just like I can't watch anime by myself anymore. My attention span fucking is busted.
you know,
Like
weirdly,
playing.
I like
Mhm.
I like watching movies with people. With anime, I almost always prefer doing it by myself because like I hate making anime a scheduled thing because it's
Yeah.
just like, look, if I want to watch a thing, I'm gonna want to watch like 7 hours of it, and no one else is
Yeah.
gonna want that.
Yeah, I just can't pay attention long enough to like do that.
If I ever watch anime, it is in huge binge sessions, so I
Yeah.
understand.
Like that's why I play a lot of competitive games because it's like 10 to 30, 40-minute match and then I'm done. It's like okay, cool. And it's like active. I'm moving my hands
Oh, this bitch
and
is
all this other
wiggling.
stuff.
How
This
the
bitch
fuck-
wiggling.
How am I gonna hit this bitch?
I don't know how you're gonna hit that bitch.
Esther.
That's the weird.
Oh, there we go. It stopped moving for no reason at all.
Yeah. I enjoyed watching Knives Out like 2 Thanksgivings ago with you. That was really fun. It was such a random, like, spur of the moment thing.
Knives Out is fucking amazing.
Yeah.
I made my family watch Glass Onion over Christmas, and then I was like, to my brother, I was like, watch Knives Out, and he's like, oh, later, and he messaged me the other day, he's like, you were right, it's really good.
I'm so bad about this. Is that people go like, this is the most you thing ever, you would enjoy this so much, and I never consume it. It's just like, every time people recommend it to me, and I know I'm gonna like it, I just never do. So I'm just like, consuming things are sometimes hard.
I'm trying to be better about that. I did watch Ranking of Kings on your recommendation. And I
Yeah.
liked half of it a lot.
Yeah. That's fair.
Why would anyone want
Fucking... God, what are people... Fucking... I've never watched Samurai Champloo, though I'd fucking love it.
You don't need to.
What was it?
I'd like it.
It's okay, it's just got like cool fights in it, and a really good opening.
I think it's like, I'd probably enjoy Sword of the Stranger a lot more.
Yes.
Which is
Sword
another
of the
thing that
Stranger is my
Yeah.
favorite movie!
Yeah.
which is another thing people recommend to me as like one of the most me things ever, but I just don't consume.
Yam just showed me that. Samurai Champloo, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Sham Wow Shampoo is like,
So this is basically Six Wars.
if I had to compare those two things, be like sort of the Stranger, and I was like, what amazing, like I don't know, a 9 or a 10 out of 10. Samurai Champloo, 4 if I'm nice.
Yeah.
Bro, you can't do a 20-something episode anime if you've got 3 good ideas for one-off episodes. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's one that I only got like halfway through.
It sucks.
I'm
And it
just a
gets
fan of
worse the
Chavez.
longer it goes.
You know what else I only got halfway through? Cowboy Bebop.
Cowboy Bebop is also overrated, sorry. And
Think
I like
that's right.
Bebop a lot more than Shampoo, because at least at the end I'm like, I mean, there were some character arcs, and also Bebop has, like, the soundtrack. I mean, Bebop is a soundtrack with animation on top of it. And I can respect that. But, like, I've only seen those 2 things by that creator, and I've, like, watched a little bit of Space Dandy, and I'm like, this one's not for me. I don't think it's
Oh,
bad.
I finished Space Dandy. I like Space Dandy.
I was like,
That's because I wanted to kiss Dandy on the face.
I was like, I never remember that guy's name, but the guy who makes those, he very much.
Shinichiro Watanabe.
Thank you.
Why would anyone
He's
want
like I'm gonna make an anthology and pretend it's not one of those. And then we'll like do a bunch of completely individual storylines. And it like kind of works in Space Dandy because it's goofy and it's like in this episode of Space Dandy, they all die. Like it's the fucking grim adventures of Billy and Mandy, and then they're back. It's like anti-status quo. It's like that works for your writing style. That's the kind of shit you should be doing. And then in Cowboy Bebop and especially Shampoo, it's like, damn, bro, you ever met a character? You ever written a person in your life? Christ.
So, I wonder what you think of Zankyo no Terror, because that's him as well. Zankyo no Terror is not an anthology series.
What the? That was made by that same person? Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah.
God, that anime is so interesting.
Yeah.
Not to...
You know how when we watched Sword of the Stranger and you're like, one of the best things about this movie is when I watch it, I can feel how cold it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zankyo no Terror is that, but the opposite, where it takes place in summer and it's like, this is a very hot and sweaty anime in that it's like, there are no clouds, it is the dead of summer, there is no moisture in the air.
Yeah.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Also, that show looks amazing, just visually.
Yeah.
Oh, my favorite summer anime is Suritama. You guys
Yeah!
That's a fucking summer anime,
That's
baby.
a summer anime, yes.
But Suritama's summer in like a refreshing ocean breeze kind of summer.
Yes, yes.
And I watch it many times. If I'm just like, oh, it's summer, I need to feel like it's summer. Let's watch Suritama again.
If I'm gonna feel like it's summer in anime, I watch Summer Wars.
That's fair.
I haven't
Just
watched
summer in the
Suritama
name.
in many years.
The thing is, if I get the urge to watch Summer Wars, I just watch Digimon the movie.
I know.
Weirdly, even though I like Summer Wars more than this movie, the first summer feeling anime I think of is The Girl Who Leapt Through Time.
Yes.
Just
yes.
But I will not stick on this point any longer. But I think one of the reasons I have such vitriol for Shampoo is it does one of my least favorite things anything can do, which is to abjectly refuse to make like the characters like have a dynamic or be characters, and then at the end pretends it did that, and then it's very sad when they split up or one of them's in danger. It's like, we must part ways now. And it's like, you didn't earn this. Fuck you all the way for pretending you get to do this now. And Shampoo's is aggressively bad because it's three characters who like borderline wish each other were dead, and then at the end they're splitting up, and it's like, oh my god, can they abandon each other? It's like, they should have killed each other. And not even in a fun way.
No, I feel that. I'm very character driven when it comes to media that I get attached to. So anything that doesn't have strong character dynamics, I immediately fall off, even if it's good in other ways, which is probably why I can't make it through anime like that. So I'm just like,
wish that I could watch things for spectacle or visuals alone, but yeah, I need an emotional core. Otherwise, I just get so bored.
I think the spectacle is why those shows are so popular. Because like Bebop and Shampoo are undoubtedly very pretty and very cool looking, especially if you like that kind of like gritty, sepia toned art style.
They got the music, the action, the vibe.
Yeah, and they have a lot of good
yeah.
elements, but like it's just not what pulls me into a show.
Bounce shows just be like that.
Yeah, and it's like Bebop. The difference between that and Shampoo is like Bebop has what I would call really good and thought-provoking like one-off episodes. Like there's an episode about this cool-ass space trucker lady. She's fucking awesome. And she has an interesting dynamic with Spike. There's the episode with Graham, the guy who at the end they like send off to just die in a space capsule on the way back to his like, I don't know, the place where he's like, oh, I remember being in the war, I just kind of want to go back there. He's just like, all right, here we go, and they send his corpse off to like this beautiful song, and you're like, wow, I'm gonna think about this. What an interesting character. And Shampoo will just be like, What if there's zombies in this episode, but we're gonna play it like it's scary and not funny, and it will also be animated the worst of any episode in the entire show, and it's like, don't do any of that. Shampoo has like
He likes to
3
do
good
zombies,
episodes.
huh?
Yeah. And like, that's not to say it can't be like whack. Like, there's a fucking baseball episode in Shampoo, and it's the best episode. It's like Admiral Perry or some shit shows up to Japan with a boat full of Americans, and they're like, "We're going to take over Japan, and this is what an American accent sounds like, unless you can beat us in a game of base and ball." And it's hilarious, and it's so good. And then they're like, "What if we never were good again after that?" I hate Samurai Shampoo. Which sucks.
I hate Shampoo.
I reserve this level of vitriol for Wolf's Rain. Fuck
Don't
Wolf's
say
Rain.
that to me.
I'm sorry, I hated fucking Wolf's Rain.
No.
I have
Boring
heard.
anime simulator.
I know you like Wolf's Rain. I have heard from a lot of people that it's a show that does kind of suck if you like didn't engage with it at a formative time.
No.
Here's the thing, Wolf's Rain, great dub, great OP, great mood, boring.
No. The
So
mood
boring.
is everything. The mood is everything.
No, a good mood does not make it not boring.
Well, it's more than a good mood. It has some really interesting transhumanism themes that I dig with.
So boring.
I wrote a paper on it.
I mean, you write on paper. That's what you do.
I have no reason to think this, but I feel like I would be on Team Lenti on this one if I watched Wolf's Rain, just from what I've heard people mention about it.
I don't think you'd like it.
I'm gonna fucking Google what the fuck this is.
Whoa, there's a lot of damage.
Wolf's Rain even had a boy in it that I would kiss, and it wasn't enough.
What's it, Tsune?
Oh, I don't remember.
This looks neat.
I just remember whether or not I'd kiss them, not their name.
No, not this one. Not Sume.
That's the Crispin Freeman one.
No. The Joshua Seth one.
Oh my god.
What's his name?
Ty.
No.
Hige? Really, Marissa?
His
Yeah.
name is He Gay. It's Yowie Marissa.
Shut the fuck
Damn.
He's like dumb and a little chubby and like golden retriever boy. He's cute.
Yeah.
You okay, Aloha? You sound
yeah.
like you were
Fun.
crying.
Yeah. I'm fine. I'm just vibing. I don't know why I said that. I just wanted to make noise, man.
It was just kind of, yeah.
It's my distress call.
How are you doing, chat? What are your thoughts?
Wait, yeah, why were you judging? What's wrong with Hige?
Nothing.
I don't believe you. You're judging me.
I can't believe that Yam and Lenti are going to become mortal enemies just before Yam comes to LA.
Listen, last time we hung out on one of these streams, we spent the whole time talking about how we had opposite Pokemon opinions, so I think this is just our fate.
Yeah, it's just our dynamic. It's okay.
That's kind of, honestly, that's like the best thing, honestly, because the worst thing to be in is like an echo chamber of people who like explicitly
true.
only agree with you.
Yeah,
Having
Lenti
your
and I are
ideas kind of
nothing
like.
alike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's okay. Being yin and yang is different from being mortal enemies.
It's yin and
Yeah.
yang,
Yeah.
actually.
I'm gonna kill you.
It's yin yang yo. It's hit show yin yang yo.
Oh my
Okay.
God, shut the fuck up. Don't mention yin yang yo.
What do you
We are
mean,
now
dude?
mortal enemies.
No.
Everybody wants to be my enemy.
That's like For like a little while, I like played this game for like a month where I would just try and casually remind people of the existence of Hi Hi Puppy Amayumi. And it always made them mad. It was very funny.
How could you forget Hi Hi Fluffy Yui?
Did you remember it?
Yeah, dude, I fucking remember so much random shit. There's Puka. Love Puka.
I remember.
You mean
Yeah.
the Pikachu from the Humunga Dunga episode?
What the fuck are you on?
You know Puka, the surfing Pikachu.
You know, actually, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I remember
The only
surfing
Puka I
Pikachu
know.
episode. Yeah. There's Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
That one I do know because its opening is the
It's
equivalent
the
of a Red
catchiest
Bull.
Yeah. The catchiest shit ever, yeah. And then someone in chat said, "Did you guys ever watch Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go?" Yeah. Dude,
I
it's
didn't
like-
watch it. I watched like one episode. I was like, that's fine. I mostly just watched it. I was like, that's Beast Boy.
Yeah, dude, it had monkeys, man. I was all over that shit.
Oh yeah, are you a monkey guy? I know you liked Ape Escape.
I like monkeys.
Okay.
Fan of Monkey Ball. Fan of Ape Escape.
Yeah, Monkey Ball.
Yeah, man.
There was some game that was at the recent like Nintendo thing, and they were like, "Get ready to roll around," and like Will and I both went Monkey Ball at the same time, and then it wasn't Monkey Ball.
Oh.
It's never, dude. Like, man, there will never be another Ape Escape game, and I just have to cry and cope that there is.
That is actually kind of a shame.
Like,
Yeah.
It surprises me. Ape Escape feels like a series that should be getting a weird new installation right about now.
So
And then
it
everyone-
got a weird. It got like a PS Move game or whatever the fuck. You know, when
What?
PlayStation tried to get like Wii nunchucks,
Oh,
and that flopped, and it was just like, well, sucks to suck.
that's not fair.
It's like, yeah, the monkeys wore pants, dude.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
They wear pants, man. That's how it be.
Same
Yeah.
brain, really.
I don't know, man. I just have like a weird memory of like JetX shows, even though I never really watched a lot of JetX. It's
I
like
watched
Dragon Booster, Get Ed, fucking Super Robot Monkey Team Hyperforce Go.
You know, I
Yin
didn't
Yang
watch a lot of
Yo.
JetX either, but I do like have some kind of affection for it. So they must have played something I liked.
Oh god, that was this weird anime that no one fucking remembers but me. It was this show called Shinzo.
That sounds familiar, but
It's like weird. Let me fucking
The
The
Yu-Gi-Oh
way you
card?
were setting that up, I thought you were gonna say something everyone has fucking seen.
no.
I thought you were being entirely sarcastic.
Yeah, I posted it in the guest chat, but it's like this weird like card
let me-
anime kind of thing. But it's not a card game, but it is Shinzo. I mean, yeah, you're a chat of fucking 150 people. At least one of you guys would know Shinzo. Shinzo
Oh, wow.
Abe? Nah, dude.
This literally looks like a made-up anime that would be in the background of a
No,
shot
dude. I
movie.
felt like it was made up when but it's in the back of my mind always.
Oh, do you guys
you
want to
know.
know about one of the worst anime I've ever seen? That
Yeah.
So, my friends and I at the time, there was this place called Disc Replay near me. I don't know if they're a chain or what. But we would go there
Yeah.
and just pick out like 4 or 5 random things and buy them all. It was basically like a thrift store, but for media.
Yeah.
And we found this anime called Ping Pong Losers Club, and like they were all making like silly, stupid faces on the cover, and it was like funny anime. And it was like clearly made in like the 90s or early 2000s, so it like had the worst descriptors you've ever seen. It was like anime's answer to South Park, like shit like that. You know what I'm talking about?
What?
And
Yeah.
I was like, what is this? And we looked at it, and like it was obviously crass, and we're like, okay, let's see where this goes, because it was like 12 episodes. We're like, we'll watch 1 or 2, and it like opens with this scene, and they're like, where's that fucking guy? He's always like in our ping pong club, he's always stealing the peanut butter. Fucker or something like that. We're like, what? This is a weird setup. And they go around the corner and they see this guy like feeding a bunch of dogs. He's just like got some peanut butter and he's giving them it as a treat. And they're like, aw, we shouldn't be on his ass for stealing our peanut butter. He's doing it for good peanut butter reasons. And then they leave. And then it like, no warning, hard cuts to a shot of this guy covering his fully animated dick in peanut butter and having the dogs lick it. And
I knew that's where that was going. I felt it in my bones.
You knew you had the foresight
men
of that.
always
Yeah.
be like getting dogs to lick their peanut butter dick.
I just feel like that's like, yeah.
It's not that like I thought that would be an impossible outcome. It's just it happened
Yeah.
so fast. Like the editing,
Yeah.
it felt like being hit with a frying pan.
I mean, it's the anime's response to South Park, bro.
I guess.
You know how it be.
Best obscure anime be like Twinkle Nora Rock Me. Shut up, chatter.
What?
You're trying to trick them.
Fucking. Oh,
Chatter
God.
derogatory, jeez.
Yeah. Oh,
It's a notoriously like poorly made anime. It's
Oh,
terrible.
another fun JetX anime, Open Star Racers. Love that one.
What?
Open Star Racers.
I've never heard of any of these anime. You're fucking punking me.
No, I'm not. I'm surprised you've never heard. Like you're anime to me. Like what do you mean you don't know Open Star Racers?
These are the kinds of anime that like when what the fuck? That when Discotheque gets a hold of them, the Discotheque fans will go nuts, Marissa.
Yeah.
You
this
got
is
Open Star Racers? Yeah.
when they're like, "Oh, Space Linguini Fighter 10."
I was gonna say, what's that one you always use that cracks me up as your example of a bad fake anime? It's Space Linguini 5 or something.
Yeah, something like that. There's a
I'm
great
sorry.
meme of it that's just like when Discotheque announces something mainstream versus when Discotheque announces the Astra Res upscale of Space Linguini Fighter Mechazord.
Yeah. Someone in chat saying that Open Star Racers is the French-made anime. Yeah, that checks out.
Oh, well,
Gosh.
Jello, come on.
What?
French.
You don't like Code Lyoko?
Code Lyoko is legitimately one of the worst shows that's ever been popular to any degree in America.
You don't like
Yeah.
Wakfu?
I have no experience with Wakfu.
I watched a little bit of Wakfu. It was okay.
It's very interesting how much anime comes out of France. Like fucking Radiant, I think. was-
France always do be making anime.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone in chat says my favorite anime I found is called Aria. I'm in. Hey,
You're
I'm
what?
in
You
that
got
one.
You're in that one? Damn, that's
I'm
crazy.
in that one.
You're an
What
anime?
do you mean
I'm
I
an
can't interact
anime.
with the object? It's like 1 foot underwater. Pick it up. Interact with it.
Act.
I don't know how to. Huh.
Yeah, Aria the animation, Aria the natural. That's the one, baby.
So to get that particular chest, you're
I have
going to
drain
need to
the
have.
water, I assume, but
You just have to make it stop raining.
okay.
You know what else is a good one? Fucking Stormhawks.
Yeah, I used to watch Stormhawks.
Yeah, boy. God, I loved Stormhawks.
That sounds less like an anime and more like a G.I. Joe
Oh, that-
Transformers era.
It wasn't an anime. It was like some weird I think it was like Canadian,
Oh.
like 3D animation,
it
kind of
was,
like
I think it was Canadian, yeah.
yeah.
I mean, that would track.
Yeah, those guys went on later to make like Slug Terra, which I didn't watch. And I think they might have made Dragon Booster before. No, the Dragon Booster and Stormhawks are kind of like similar in a lot of ways, but yeah.
Crazy how many things there are, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
that I'm just naming things and you
Listing
guys.
things, yeah, and we're like,
Yeah.
yeah, that.
This is what happens when you guys were doing that like an hour ago, and I was just like, yeah, that's crazy, dude. I was just like,
When were we
how
doing
you-
that?
I don't know. You guys was talking about a lot of anime that I didn't know anything about, and I was just like, okay, like Wolf Raid. I was like, I don't know what the fuck that is. Like,
Sounds like a skill issue.
yeah, I mean, I could say this very same thing to you. You don't know what Open Star Racers is, bro?
No! Who the
God.
fuck?
Underrated, honestly. Spider Riders, Spider Riders, bro.
Also, to the one person in chat who I was talking to about Arya, yes, the English dub. I played Alicia, which is not the character I thought I would play. So it
First
was
name
really
Alicia,
cool.
last name Online.
Alicia, last name Keys.
Last name Florence.
Really got you.
'Cause she's
I didn't
Italian.
expect it.
She's Italian, just like me.
Yo, my favorite
Damn.
VH1 reality show, Italian Like Me. God, not to infuriate you with my Johnny 2 partners energy, but I was rewatching part of the Raw Coliseum VOD that got uploaded, and I was move forward without being noticed. Where are we going? I'm never paying attention to these fucking cutscenes. Anyway, I gotta not be noticed. And I got through a part where, like, I said something and Yam did a little laugh, and I was like, oh, it's so cute, like, out loud. And then I looked, I was like, oh, that's the part of the video where I put in a very small in the corner, her laugh is so cute in the fucking video.
Yeah, it sure is in the fucking video.
I think I, like, considered putting that in there before I asked you out. It's like, that's weird.
That would be fucking
'Cause I
mortifying
started-
after you get dumped.
I
If you get rejected.
I started editing that video like a month before I asked Yam out, and I finished like 6 months later because I put it away for a while.
Yeah.
My God.
I'm surprised I've never screen capped that exact moment and sent it to you and razzed you about it.
It's because you didn't know it existed until we were rewatching the video and I pointed it out to you.
Raz, the opposite of Riz.
Rizzed?
Yeah. W Raz, honestly.
Ain't that the thing Brennan works for?
Razzling, yeah.
Dare you be funnier than me on my own post? Uh-oh, there's... Is this a stealth segment? What is Genshin even doing?
They don't compelled me to be more of a fan of Bakugan more than Pokemon or Yu-Gi-Oh! As a kid. Probably the magnets and the toy. It's the opening, bro. What are you gonna do?
I mean, were you 11? Bakugan is one of my favorite bad shows. Like, my sister and I would just, like, open it up on On Demand and rewatch it in, like, random episodes just to make fun of it.
Yeah.
Because it was, like, aggressively anime. Like, you'd hop in one episode and there'd be, like, a pink girl and she'd be like, where could my brother be? And then 2 scenes later, it's, like, an identical pink-haired boy dressed like Racer X going, I'm evil! And it's like, golly, I wonder...
I have loved Racer X's and stuff. It's great. It's Mysterious Masked Man.
You know
no
what
one
you
will
should
ever
watch. You know what anime you should check out.
Oh, is it Tribe 10?
No, it's
Speed
Bomberman
Racer.
Jetter.
Bomberman Jet. Oh god, I love Bomberman Jetters, bro. Like I said, I want to play Bomberman Jetters on stream. It would be fun.
It's a fun
the
game.
GameCube game.
Unrelated to me, like sucking the anime's
Yeah.
dick. It's a completely different entity. The game is fine.
Yeah, I remember fond memories, not fond memories, of me wanting to play Bomberman Jetter so bad, but my family only owned one TV, and it was the Daytona 500. And so my family was watching the Daytona 500, and I was like, I really fucking wanted to play Bomberman Jetters.
This
so I had
is,
to watch
when
an
we
entire
asked
NASCAR
earlier if we
race.
had childhood trauma, this is your trauma. Wanting to do
No,
something while your family was watching the Daytona 500.
That didn't make me funny.
That's
That
true.
made me hate NASCAR.
I mean, maybe that was the first step.
The first step to my Joker moment. Yeah.
Yeah. Tribe 9 does not have a Racer X character, no. It just has 2 homosexuals making their breakup the entire world's business.
While I agree that they have big homosexual overtones, I think it's a little unfair to pitch people the show that way, if I'm being honest.
They kiss at the end, I swear.
They fucking don't! Get out of here!
One tells truth, the other tells lies. You will only know if you watch the show yourself, Chatter.
All right, well, one of us is Yowie Lenti, who wants everything to be gay, and the
Whoa.
other
And one of
is
one
me.
of them's Yuri Jello.
The other one is I'll fuck a cloud jello.
I'll wear that. I'll wear that like a badge of honor.
All right, Clefable fucker. Let's go.
That's worse.
Yeah, well, don't call me Yowie Lenti. I'll kill you.
All right, Marissa wins this interaction. I know.
So-
what
Can
I'm
I grab a screen cap from our DMs earlier
I already
today?
sent it to Lenti, but go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Never mind then.
Damn, you don't have more for this the class? Damn.
I saw
All right, hang on.
Thank
Speed
you. Thank you.
Racer earlier today, and the opening was really funny to me, cause like the opening's just like, he's a speed devil. He's actually just a devil. He's going to kill you. I'm like, what's happening?
He's a demon and he's racing
and he's
after
gonna be
someone.
chasing
He's
after
after
someone.
you.
Yeah. You know what
Speed Racer.
movie I watched and I liked that one? Speed Racer?
The
Oh, yeah,
live
the
action one?
I've heard that one's really good. Like,
It's
Yeah,
really
it's good.
good.
It was so far ahead of its time that
Good.
people hated it.
yeah,
But it's
people
actually
hated
really
it when it came out, right? But now it's considered like, wasn't it like the Wachowski sisters or someone who made it?
Yeah.
Like it's got
It's-
pedigree.
It's this thing of like, it was so far ahead of its time. It was like completely CGI, and all this other stuff. And people were like, "Wow, this is so goofy," and I hate it. But the cinematography in it is so fucking wonderful. The transitions are beautiful. The sense of speed, color, and everything about it is just amazing. But it's just like,
what are you guys complaining about? What? It's
but
a
people
Speed
don't know.
Racer movie.
They'd rather watch fucking, I don't know, Iron Man. You know what came out the same fucking month as Speed Racer? Space Chimps. People fucking. You remember Space Chimps?
You know I don't.
You don't know Space Chimps the movie, bro? Let me find it.
I eat chimpless bitch.
I will
Simple
say-
as
Marvel movies. Hate them.
most
Great.
brain dead shit ever.
Saw a great Jenny Nicholson tweet the other day that it was
Oh,
like
yeah.
one of her older ones. She's just like, it's very hard to tell what's going on with Marvel movies when I don't watch them, because Marvel fans will watch like 8 of the same movie in a row and love it, and then suddenly the 9th movie they'll all hate for the exact same reasons as the previous 8 that like they used to like. And then in the 10th movie, it'll be another of the same movie, and they're like, this one's way better. I don't get it.
Why would anyone want?
And she's right, and should say it.
Yeah.
Jenny Nicholson is one of the funniest people on the planet, by the way.
Yeah.
true.
She is also a source of one of my all-time favorite media quotes, which is just, I think it's from one of her Star Wars videos, but it's just, loving something unconditionally doesn't mean you love it more, it just means you love it sadder.
Friendship is Witchcraft was very formative.
It was, yeah, I really liked I understand why she'd be like, yeah, not a huge fan of that anymore, to be honest, because I too have an old, outdated, abridged series, but Friendship is Witchcraft was really
It's
funny.
still really funny. You just have to acknowledge the parts where you're like, yeah, that was bad. But
Yeah,
like
it's
the
bad.
rest of it was pee good.
Be good.
One of the best jokes in the show is, like, I'm a fan of, like, overdub jokes, where there's, like, an obvious dialogue replacement, and they did a great one where they had a running joke that was, like, a meta joke, where in-universe, they were, like, being sued or something because, like, the Dole Corporation owned the concept of apples, and they weren't allowed to talk about apples. So anytime they mentioned Applejack, it'd be like Orange Jack. It's so fucking... And they changed the fruit every time. It was so funny. And then the episode after that, they stopped doing that joke. But the episode starts with, like, one of the characters being like, wow, that's almost as sexy as so-and-so Johnson, current chairman of the Dole Corporation.
It's just so fucking funny.
Love Friendship is Witchcraft.
The friendship is witchcraft snowblind fucking episode is the funniest fucking shit ever.
Did I tell you that Friendship is Witchcraft Snowblind was legitimately my headcanon voice for Molly until Danny booked it?
That makes so much sense.
Yeah. It doesn't look like a clown at all. That's because I'm blind, you asshole!
So we blinded you.
I used to think everyone was nice, but some ponies are just cruel. To quote someone else, Jenny Nicholson always sounds like she is either crying or about to start crying.
It's great. It's a great vocal quality.
God, I wish she did voice acting more often. She would be
Me
so
too.
good at it.
I'd hire her. Jenny, you're watching this stream.
Yeah.
If you want to be an anime, hit me the fuck up.
If Jenny Nicholson popped up in my chat, I would honestly fanboy so hard, and then I'd be so embarrassed about it.
Oh
She's one of my all-time favorite YouTubers. She doesn't have a single bad video.
I remember you showing me clips from the Dear Evan Hansen video.
It's a great video.
Fail.
Words fail. Words fail. I want to highlight this shot because it's viscerally terrifying, because for a second I thought that Evan was going to lean forward and kiss his own mom on the mouth, and if I saw that, then you have to too. Part 3. Mommy, why is the scary man singing? And she's also a great media critic, like, in addition to being fucking hilarious.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there who do like reviews and critiques of stuff, but they don't know how to separate the jokes from their actual like content stuff, so you never know if they're being serious or if they're being truthful. One thing that really
I find the bigger problem is that they have absolutely nothing to say, and
Yeah,
they
I
don't
guess.
realize it.
the biggest example of what I'm saying is like Donkey, for example. If you've ever watched that YouTuber,
I like Dunkey, but I would never go to him for a real review.
but it's like
Yeah,
this thing of like he has like a million people who actually take his word to heart.
Yeah, no, you're
Even though,
right.
like,
Yeah,
yeah,
Those people are not. They're bad at media. They have
Yeah.
no. Yeah.
yeah. It feels bad,
Yes.
you know.
Yeah, no, though I'm. Yeah, what's the every Zelda's the darkest Zelda guy's name? That dude. Something Geller.
Fuck. Hang on, one
Joseph
second.
Geller.
Yes. Wait. Jacob Geller.
Jacob Geller.
He's fantastic.
He's really good, and like the only video of his that before Yam showed me him I'd ever seen, like in my recommendeds, was called Every Zelda is the Darkest Zelda, and I was like, I fucking hate those videos where people will like take like, especially Breath of the Wild, a game I like, and go way too far into it and be like, look at all the deep lore. And it's like, guys, it's just localizers referencing other Zelda games. It's so shallow. And like, I like this game. You're trying way too hard. And and like then other people being like, actually, this game is so dark and very adult. And he's got this incredible video essay that's just like, the spine joke is just, it keeps moving unceremoniously from Zelda game to Zelda game and going, and that's because this Zelda is the darkest Zelda. But like, he delivers it completely straight. And at the end of the video, he's just like, essentially in a very nice way, he's like, these Zelda games aren't dark. It's about light overcoming the darkness, and that's the overarching goal. Some people don't understand that if you're pointing out that, like, look how dark this thing is, that's not a thesis statement, and you're not saying anything. And I was just like, standing ovation! I was like, oh, you're a genius. You named the essay and thumbnailed it in a way that made me think it was stupid garbage, because people who click that kind of stupid garbage are the ones who need to see this video the most. You're a genius!
I love Jacob Geller. He's probably my favorite essayist on YouTube.
Fair pick
Yeah.
from what I've seen of him.
I like H-Bomber guy.
I do really like H-Bomber guy.
H-Bomber guy is great.
His video essays are so rewatchable. It's insane. Like a good video essay that you can watch once and be like, that was a great video essay. That's good. A video essay that I will put on upwards of multiple times a year in the background while I do shit. Unmatched.
I rewatch Jacob's stuff all the time. But yeah, H-Bomber guy is also awesome.
Yeah. I think Jacob's stuff is more like, that's a really good essay. Like, you have something to say and you're smart and you're like making me tear up. And H-Bomb is a lot funnier. Like,
Yeah.
H-Bomb
Yeah.
is better, like, casual background material. Like, I would want to pay attention to Geller's essays.
H-Bomb is a bit more like entertainment in his essays, which is not bad. But Jacob Geller's like, I want to say he's more like higher brow, but
He is.
that he and like he is, but that I don't like him more for that reason. I just dig his style, I guess.
I get the vibe from H-Bomb's videos that like he could be higher brow. He
Oh,
just
yeah, no, like,
chooses-
H-Bomb is
Yeah.
smart as hell. And, like,
that's
there's a-
like that's the right
No,
energy
yeah.
for me.
That's what I
It's
mean.
like-
Like his like entertainment and like jokey value doesn't really take away from the things he's saying, and he does present them
Yeah.
like really intelligently as well as putting in all those jokes, which is awesome.
That's just the perfect middle ground for me. I love, like, I can tell this person is smart, but the video is funny.
The quality that H-Bomb has that, like, I've literally, like, I'll watch videos that I've seen before. The one I watch all the time is the vaccination one, actually. And then, like, just at the end, the way he'll, you know, make a video that's just like, look at how stupid these conservatives are for believing this bullshit or whatever. And that's, like, kind of the undertone, though he doesn't usually say that. And then at the end, he'll, like, somehow be like, he somehow, like, makes the message so kind and, like, help your fellow man and respect that, like, in a way, like, I could never even pretend to do, and I respect him so much for that. Like, you are kinder than me. Ow.
Someone in the chat brought up Zero Punctuation. Used to love that guy too.
I like Yahtzee a lot. I find that, like, I'll try and binge his stuff, and it's not bad at all. Like, I will occasionally watch some of his stuff. But I'll be like, oh, I have a headache, or I want to lay down. I want to watch his stuff. And it will always make whatever I'm feeling worse.
You got to be in the exact right physical and mental state of mind to binge Yahtzee videos. But when you are, they're great.
I haven't watched Zero Punctuation in a long time. I found him too negative for me.
That's fair. He is very negative.
I will
like-
say... Go ahead.
I like Sergeant Face Puncher MD. Jello, you might actually know the video I'm talking about. I'll post
Is it the Glee one?
No. That one is Mike the Snare, which is an excellent, like, music everything, really. Mostly for popular stuff, but this one.
What
The Skyward Sword review.
Ah! Yeah,
Yes.
that's a masterpiece. Accoutrement.
Oh yeah, this video.
Okay.
Your HDMI cable.
The
That's what when you were asking people to write like purposefully negative or like positive but rate them
Yeah.
1-star reviews on Epithet. That's what I wrote. Just this video, but
that whole video is, like, so funny to me. But the most genius joke is starting with graphics in, like, the ugliest setup anyone's ever seen. Like, red text on a 3x4 static background in front of a 16:9 video. and just graphics. Then it moves on to like story, and then just again graphics, and then again graphics. Fucks
One of
me
my-
all the way up. Sorry.
One of my favorite video essays is by a guy who I've actually not watched his other ones yet, even though I really think I should. Running Shine. He's got a video on Y2K that is so funny. It destroys me every time I watch it. I'm sure I'd like his other videos. I gotta watch them, but that specific one I go back to constantly.
Watch HDMI cable on my Nintendo Wii. Accoutrement.
Can I find that?
That is not Aloha who's talking about the Skyward Sword video. That's
That's
Piff.
Piff.
That's Piff.
Yeah.
Put some fucking respect on that goddamn name. I'm talking about the Sarge reviews Zelda
Piff
Skyward Sword.
recoils. No.
Yeah. Don't worry, Piff. You asked for no pickles, and I demanded.
There's a lot of people yelling about which video we're talking about. It is finally like out of it being unlisted.
Yeah, can
this
you
thing
just
has a
post it
story.
in the.
Yeah, I can
in the-
post it. Here you go. Here you go, guys.
That's the video that ruined the word accoutrement for me.
For everyone.
But in a good way.
Accoutrement. Yeah, go ahead and mute our stream entirely and watch that for like 4 minutes. Because
We'll see you in 4 minutes.
we reference that a lot, actually.
Here's a question for you guys. What animals would you be?
Goat.
Dragon.
They're sheep adjacent and they're upset.
I don't know.
It's not my concern.
Koi
Monkey,
fish
I guess.
for a
I don't
lot.
know. Koi fish is also a fair one.
Did the video link go through?
It might not have.
Oh, maybe not. Oh, what the?
Don't worry.
Okay.
I think you need to have like special mod permissions.
Don't
or
worry,
something.
I'm God.
Aloha.
There we go.
Thank you.
There you
Thank you.
go.
Yeah. There you go.
I posted it. I swear. I can take
Yeah.
a screenshot.
I believe you.
Yeah.
We just don't let any little freak do what they want here.
That's fair.
I don't know what.
Anyway,
animal
chat,
I'd
see you
be.
in like 4 minutes.
You
A
know,
real.
You'd be a panda.
Lenti, there's so many characters or like animals and whatever that I'll see of like Marissa. And it's always because of their eyes. Like, it's a very specific eye shape, and it's like, that's Marissa, every single time. It's usually like, it's always like a dark furred animal. It's like cat, could be a panda or something, like you just said.
Yeah.
Some sort of bear. Some sort of
I
bear,
feel like
bear,
a lot,
Kuma.
some sort of kuma bear. I feel like a lot of people associate me with wolves, but that feels like such a basic bitch answer.
Yeah. My parents almost named me Wolfgang.
Oof.
That's awesome.
That's kind of cool.
The duality.
I don't like Wolfgang, but I understand.
I love Wolfgang as a name. When I was a kid, that if I was like, oh, when I have a son, his name's gonna be Wolfgang.
I'm a big stupid idiot for taking the name Brendan and being like, yeah, I'm gonna lock in that one, even though I never liked it. When my middle name is Reginald, I could have just gone by Reggie, because that's fun. Because I like Reggie as a shorthand, and also Reginald is like an old-timey mustache man name, and that's funny. But like, it's way
On my
too.
review.
I review Epirace 1 star out of 10.
Yeah, Epithet sure has like a 5.4 out of 10 on IMDb, which is like a double F- by IMDb standards.
All these fucking fake 1-star reviews.
For anyone in
When
chat
I
who
be-
doesn't know why, we got review bombed like enough to like tank it to like a 6 out of 10. I was like, I mean, we can't fix that. So I just asked Epithet fans to do 1-star reviews, but then like write a nice review, and because if anyone ever looks, I think it'd be really funny to be like, why is this show rated so low? Let's look at the 1-star reviews. These are all positive.
Mine just says it's based on that video of just when I view Epithet Erased cartoon show on my Sony TV 299.99 MSRP using HDMI cable, male to female connector wire, and various accoutrements, I am taken on a wild journey beyond my wildest dreams. Defeat Bliss Ocean and see an Ultra HD cable quality with animations. Epithet Erased available on a Verve and a YouTube, able to be viewed through using various accoutrements like streaming and the internet.
Sound like a bot.
With episodes that number more than 2, has voice acting. An amazing cartoon show for the whole family when family wants to view a show. 1 star.
God.
I'm very
Incredible.
It's good.
This time, Link is back, and this time, he means business. And his business is killing Ganon.
Whoa.
The video is so funny.
Somebody chat. I love that Pip's review on IMDb was not helpful to one person.
Yeah. What was it?
12 out of 13 people found it helpful.
Oh,
It was a night like any other night in 2019. While mindlessly scrolling through media, something rare happened. Something caught my attention and kept it.
yo,
The
I
show was
love
fun and-
mindlessly scrolling through media.
A show with fun and vibrant characters, charming and beautiful art and design, and an emotional core likened to a star. You can really tell what creative control is one strong, passionate, and clear voice that isn't diced up by a corporate boardroom. Even after these harsh years, loyal fans came back and show their undying support. Now it is my turn. My voice out of hundreds, singing a symphony, a ballet, an ode to Epithet Erased. 1 star, my friend. 1 star.
Piff, how dare you be as funny as What's... God, Piff took me out this one time when someone... I was like upset because there's this page of my webcomic where like one character was shot from an angle where her butt is like vaguely drawn, like there's a non-zero amount of butt curvature on her, and there's this big stupid comment of someone being like, I can't believe how horny this comic is, and it's like, this girl is like covered in grease and in overalls, what are you talking about? And I complained about it, and Piff, like, I complained about it on Twitter, and Pip responded with this great image that actually looks like Joey Richter if he were dressed as Walt Disney with a pipe. And it's just like, I don't remember what you said. It was like, butts in my web cartoon comic? Preposterous!
I do need to find that because it is.
I believe you did quote the shallow and pedantic in there. You might be able to
I
do.
did.
If you do in the Twitter search from user and then your name and then type pedantic, it should come up. God, that's funny. Ooh, a mushroom.
Mushroom. Yeah.
Badger, badger, badger.
Mushroom.
Mushroom, mushroom.
I hear they sell pink pie. Is it? Those are a rarity. Shut up! Guess I'll
Oh,
just-
Griffin. I wonder what its name is.
Then later there's that other fucking reference and everyone groans and I just go, ponies! I think it was like a cake is the lie reference or something extremely outdated.
We love outdated references.
I don't.
Damn, I wasn't even
Yeah, I
born
know.
Boing.
Me and Jello locked in Mortal Kombat over whether to keep outdated references in a show.
Yet. Wow, I can't believe you just dated the show. It's like, yeah, I dated it back in 2005 when it's made in 2020.
I found it.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh, there it is.
Am I
trash.
dating the show if I keep an outdated reference from 2005?
Piff, can you read it out? Please?
Sure. What trash! What filth! Etchings and locations obfuscate the truth. Pornography. Your fiendish JPEGs cripple my being, changed to a deep and incessant malaise in my pee-pee. You're a buffoon, stricken from my literal digestion. Finally, I find your work shallow and pedantic.
Etchings and loquations.
These are my favorite
Chained
lyrics
to
to
a
a
deep
fucking...
and incessant malaise in my pee-pee is really
These are my favorite lyrics to a Persona song ever.
Shout out. Wait, hang on. What is it? I want to look. Oh, my phone is about to die. I need to plug it in literally right now.
Damn.
At least you know where it is.
You do not know where your phone is right now?
He didn't hear that roast.
Damn.
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 Don't worry, you can say it when you get back.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can also hear his original post.
Could you at least be subtle with the fan service? Like, if you're gonna randomly objectify characters in an out-of-place effort to retain readership, at least be nuanced about it. Currently, this blunt and obvious nature makes it seem that you consider your reader too unintelligent and uncultured to understand the quiet complexity of blatant sexual pandering.
Can you see why I wrote it the way I
Yeah,
did?
like
Yep,
even that.
yep,
Look
yep.
at their icon. It's like a potato with the top hat and all that other shit. Yeah,
Christ.
crazy.
No character ass allowed in frame.
Look,
If
man.
it is even a little bit in frame, you are pandering to my dick.
I mean, that's probably why Genshin's the way it is.
Because you
you
can
know?
see their butts at all times.
Yeah, but they're flat as fuck. So what does it matter?
Yeah.
They're showing you that the butt is not curved, so you don't think it's like, you know, some sort of pandering or anything, you know? It's just like, yeah, there's a butt, but it's not sexual because there's no curve. You appreciate us, right? Meanwhile, on the other side of any human, it's the boob inflation expansion technique.
The other side of any person, a butt.
A butt.
You're right.
Damn.
The other side of a person that's not the butt side is the boob side.
What
You're
if what
correct.
is that? What is that but the front butt?
What is it?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
I think one of my-
I was complimenting the fact that you knew where your phone was.
Thanks.
Why does
Got
anyone have to
him.
work so hard to get praised for going to the grocery store around here?
What the fuck are you talking about?
I texted Jello being like, Jello, I went to the grocery store. Aren't you proud of me? And he was like, what? Just to look? And I'm like, what the fuck do you mean?
Praise me, I will insult you.
And he was like, why are you there? And I was like, I needed things. And he's like, what things? Tell me right now. Like I was fucking lying.
I mean, you know, sometimes you gotta check, you know?
There was this Tumblr post I saw the other day that was like, exclusive interview. Leonardo DiCaprio, quote, really hates it, and it makes him upset when people make fun of him for dropping girls when they turn 25. And someone responds, oh, I get so mad when people make fun of me for doing the thing I did. and I feel like that post, I'm just like, I deserve to be called out for this entirely. Just like, well, just sit here and get roasted because I deserve it.
Yeah.
It's because you don't have food in your house. You had food in your house for the first time ever because your mom bought it and you were like, fuck, now there's food in my house.
Fuck!
That's true. Because
Damn.
because if there's too much food in my fridge,
Hmm.
the stress of it potentially going moldy overrides the joy of convenience of it being there for me.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
I
like,
hate
the
it.
reason I was like, why are you at the store? Like, I wanted to be like, oh, I wonder what compelled you this time to go there. Because I just pictured you, like, being like, I want one item and going to the store and getting one thing. And then being like, aren't you proud of me, Jill?
No.
I just like, I thought you were gonna immediately say, "Why are you buying food at the food store?"
Why are you buying food at the food store?
Damn.
I mean,
I'm-
me saying, why are you buying food at the food store, and Lenti responding, fuck you, would be extremely in character for both of us.
That is true.
Arabalika. Okay.
Go to store, buy one egg, receive praise. That's what I was hoping for.
Damn.
And instead, all I got was mockery.
You didn't tell me what you did buy.
I bought multiple items.
What were they?
I got.
I bought. Oh, I have illness disease.
I bought. Sorry, Jello. I bought items at a grocery store. You might not understand. Rare concept.
I got paper towels and
Uh-huh.
orange juice and
Uh-huh.
hand soap.
Yo.
Okay.
Damn.
You know, things that I need.
I mean, two of those are things you typically wouldn't get from like DoorDash or whatever, so that makes sense.
Well, you can get them from Instacart.
Yeah, but Instacart fucking sucks.
It does. I actually have made it a, I guess, New Year's resolution to walk to the grocery store and buy things in person this year.
I think the more I am genuinely glad you're doing that. I think the more like, wow, look at Jello being Jello is that I believe the first time you ever did that, and you were like, I'm actually at the store, and I was like, that's great. And you're like, yeah, I'm at Amazon Fresh, and I went, oh, Amazon, don't support that.
But there's an Amazon Fresh on the corner. There's no other grocery stores in walking distance. I'd have to get in my car.
Yeah, that's true.
Damn convenience.
You know, I have to walk more now so that my back doesn't implode on itself again. So
Mhm.
this is
Yeah.
my resolution is to walk. And if I'm gonna
I-
walk to get groceries, it's gotta be to Amazon Fresh. Sorry.
Yeah.
The monkey paw curls.
We do live in Los Angeles.
Love it. I was like, I went into this new year. I was like, I'm gonna order food less.
No, I'm like, I make fun of Marissa so much for having no food at all and exclusively ordering food, and like, I made fun of you for that before I even moved here, and now I just like, I was good about it this week, but like, even when I didn't have COVID, I was just like, I just order food like 7 times a week. Just fuck it. Just fuck it.
Yeah.
Because it's
Yeah.
it's almost not even more expensive anymore.
Yeah.
That's how it be.
It's the real sadness.
Live in Los Angeles.
I get a hot pocket now.
A hot pocket. Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, we got DoorDash like a year ago. My place, and it was like, wow, this is great. It's just food is so strongly tied to my mental state, where it's just like I can be like, yeah, I need to order food less, but also it's just like, well, food make me feel good.
Right.
Yeah.
These nuggets are a pillar of my mental stability.
Oh, I'm really
You don't
happy.
understand.
I found a new kind of chicken I can make at home that I like a lot.
Ooh.
Whoa.
Which is good because the store I go to, like, some days the meat packaging is fine, but depending on what day you go, it's like clear that like, and what time of day, it's like, oh, these are all like, these got packaged like 3 days ago, which means you shouldn't buy them. And they like kind of smell. I was gonna say audibly smell, but like there's not really an equivalent word of that for like nasally. Like what do you say? But like it's noticeable. The meat is like about to turn. So it's like I can't be good about it and buy this. So I had to buy this like shitty ready-made stuff, and they got a new brand. Now it's fucking good.
Quality here.
Nah, dude, I just remember I got more Miracle Whip in the fridge so I can make more sandwiches and shit. Yeah, boy.
Oh, it's
Love that shit.
I'm trying to remember other food habits I'd poke fun at my friends for. Oz used to just randomly come on stream and eat chocolate frosting and nothing else.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
And then he'd like
Yeah.
not understand why we'd make fun of him for it. It's like, because you're eating frosting and nothing else. Don't do that.
I remember that being one of the first times we like hung out in the same call, and Oz came in and started eating frosting, and I grilled him for it, and he were like, "Yes, finally."
I used to cut my spaghetti with scissors.
When
Alright.
it was dry, or
I mean, no, like when it was like cooked and sauced and all that other stuff, put it in a bowl and cut it with scissors. Because that's what my mom always did when I was a kid, and then I just kept doing it until like a certain point, until like I had a girlfriend who made fun of me for it, and it was just like, wow, that's the stupidest thing ever.
Okay,
I was like,
she's
oh.
wrong.
Yeah.
I do not do that, but like I respect anyone that goes, this is too long, I'm going to make it shorter.
Yeah,
Just curl it around your fork.
that's what.
It's
That's what.
easy.
Yeah,
I
I get it now. But
I
it's
mean,
just like
I
was
don't
like,
see anything wrong with cutting spaghetti.
There's professional chefs that will cut spaghetti with scissors. There's nothing wrong with that.
They get shorter pasta. I don't buy the pasta. I don't cook the spaghetti.
I do. Pasta is like my ultimate go-to, like cheap ass food. Especially, I really like tricolor pasta, like tricolor rotini, because they make it with vegetable puree, and I hate vegetables, but you can't taste it in this. So it's my lazy man's way of getting any kind of green vegetables into my diet.
How the fuck you be hating vegetables?
I don't like their texture or flavor. I tried really hard. I just don't like any of them.
They're delicious.
I also get vegan pasta as my
Oh.
vegetable stand.
It's easy to make. It's good.
Spinach pasta is
Pasta.
nice.
Yeah,
Love it.
that's what it is. It'll be like spinach and like 2 or 3 other things.
No,
Spinach
straight up
ravioli
spinach pasta.
sauce.
Yeah.
I love spinach ravioli.
Ooh.
If I have to eat one green vegetable, spinach is my choice.
I can't eat spinach by itself. It's gotta be inside ravioli.
Oh yeah, I
Oh,
know.
I love spinach. I will eat the fuck out of every spinach. More spinach.
I would-
always.
I don't want to eat pure spinach, but like again, if I had to pick a green vegetable, I pick spinach.
I pick broccoli.
I also love broccoli.
Broccoli is my favorite.
I retch at the smell of broccoli and cauliflower. It actually makes me nauseous.
Does
I
peas
love
count?
both.
Just what-
Green
Peas are
peas
good.
are disgusting.
Peas count.
Ah,
Peas are
Yeah.
vegetables, yeah.
Yeah,
wrong with
peas.
peas,
I
yeah.
like peas a
I
lot.
mean,
They're
I think-
disgusting.
I think peas are gross, but I think every vegetable's gross.
yeah.
freaking
Chickpeas are
chickpeas.
fine.
Chickpeas are amazing.
Chickpeas are amazing. Green peas are disgusting.
Wow, pea racist.
It's true. I'm
But
sorry.
you have
If your
green
pea is
peas.
green, drink some fucking water.
You have some
Exactly.
Green peas with some mashed potatoes.
Ew.
Oh no.
That's how you ruin a good potato. God damn.
Yeah, by making it a
Wow.
mashed potato instead of any other version of potato.
Mashed
Damn.
potatoes good.
I know, I'm the only person I've ever met that doesn't like mashed potatoes. I think they're gross.
Do you like baked potatoes?
Yeah,
No.
Interesting.
they are different.
Alright.
I
They
know
do
they're,
taste different.
they're close. It's again, I'm 100% a texture eater. Like I can't eat anything mushy. I can't eat soup. It just
Ah,
makes
you
me want to
fucking,
throw
you
up.
fucking texture eater.
I don't want to be a fucking texture eater. I would not pick this.
I
I'm
feel you.
also a texture eater, but if something is liquid enough, it doesn't bother me. it's when it's in that weird in-between state of like mushy banana that I'm like, nope.
Oh, so mashed
Can't do it.
potato.
No, mashed
So-
potato is liquid enough for me.
There's this thing that's been going on at my work recently between two coworkers. It's really one coworker making a big deal about it, but it stems from something. So one of my coworkers, she's a mom. She's got a kid that's like, I think he's like a year old or something. And then another coworker, they're like good friends, and like she's like the godmother or whatever. Anyway, she came to me once and she was like, "What's your opinion on eating leftover craft dinner?" And I was like, "It's fine." And she's like, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" And I was like, "What do you mean?" And she's like, "Did you know that other coworker feeds her child leftover craft dinner?" I was like, "Yeah, okay." And she was like, "What's wrong with you? This is not fit." And so she's been going around to every single one of our other coworkers asking them their opinion, and it's like a 50-50 split. It's hilarious.
Sorry, what? I feel dumb. What is a craft dinner? Like a
Macaroni
tea-
and cheese.
Oh,
Like the,
It's
yeah.
like it's like an instant mac and cheese kind of.
oh, okay. So just Kraft mac and cheese. That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's just mac. What do you? It's just noodles.
Well, unless
and
you mean like a
cheese.
craft TV dinner that has
Yeah,
like
that's
multiple
what I
things
was
in it?
asking.
No.
No, just
No.
noodles.
No, like
It's
Just
like
mac
the
and
box
cheese?
thing that you buy. It's a Canadian. It's what Canadians call Kraft
it's
macaroni.
literally abbreviated as KD.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
Kraft dinner.
ratio.
I don't see any
Yeah.
problem with leftover mac and cheese,
I
but
like
I
that
could
one.
understand being like, oh, you'd give your kid a leftover TV dinner? Like, that's kind of fucked up.
but it's fucking KD, man.
I'm-
Hang on.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds okay.
Yeah, no, I eat leftover macaroni and cheese all the time, regardless if it's like Kraft macaroni and cheese or like
Oh,
I
some
think
weird
leftover
other-
mac and cheese is fine.
here's a
Yeah.
food thing that I bet.
It's this shit.
I bet at least some people in chat will have opinions
Yeah, that's
about.
mac and cheese.
Yeah, mac. It's fine. I actually mentioned Lenti when you were nice and came over and bought me food for COVID. I still need to pay you for that.
No.
The but I was like, you were like, oh, do you want any food? And I was like, oh, please get me farfalle bow tie pasta. And I was like, because what I like to do is I will cook it and then eat none of it and put it in the fridge and not flavor it or anything, and then just eat them like potato chips. Because that's
No,
what
fine.
that's what I did when I was getting my tonsils out, because they're so soft. And it's like,
Yeah.
it takes a long time to eat them if you eat them individually, so it like kind of occupies you.
Yeah, you sent me like a long fuck off list of like really specific items, and then you explained to me why you needed each item, and you told me that specifically. And I was looking at it in the store, and I was like, "Oh no, is my best friend a freak?"
The answer is yes. You didn't know this already?
No, there was you had a much the last Genshin stream we did when someone was like, when we were talking about Smash or Pass Pokemon, I was like, I think the most embarrassing one I did was Clefable, and you immediately went, oh, my best friend is a freak. It was so funny. I was like, man, I should like maybe edit that and like send it to Lenti as a weaponizable voice clip for them to use.
God.
So, like, legitimate question: is there like a method that you guys actually use to reheat macaroni and cheese? I have not found one that works well.
It's been a long time. I don't.
Microwave.
Yeah, I grew up with Kraft mac and cheese, and I don't do that anymore. Kraft is really evil, but like also I don't usually do mac and cheese when I do pasta. But I did reheat it, and I would do pour it all out onto a paper plate in a big pile, and do like 4 rounds of like 30 seconds to 1 minute, and in between each one, completely shuffle the entire pile. Like, there's no good, easy way to do it, from what I remember. You just gotta keep going until it's set.
Yeah. I'm not a big fan of leftovers.
I like some
No.
Leftovers
leftovers.
are very hard to eat.
I like
Me
leftover
neither.
pizza.
Yeah. Fucking talking about trauma that makes you funny. My dad used to make like sauerkraut, right? and I hated it. I hated the smell. I hated everything about it. Eating it would make me want to go sick. So my dad would go like, "Okay, I'm just taking your plate. I'm gonna put it in the fridge, and I'm gonna give it to you the next day." Right?
What
And
the
it's just-
hell?
and then like
I
order
hate that
pizza. And order pizza, and I'd have to watch everyone eat pizza while I was
No.
forced to look at like sauerkraut.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
And so it's like he used to do that with like chili as well and stuff, and it was just like so it's just like leftovers now, or just kind of like I don't. It takes very like specific things for me to like be like, oh man,
That's fair.
leftovers.
That's so fucking sad.
That's a really
Yeah.
good reason to not like leftovers. So my dad grew up. My dad had 8 siblings, and they had a lot of money, but they grew up like they were treated growing up as though they were poor. I have learned, and he was very much like oh, you get what you get, and if you don't eat it, then you don't get dinner. And you'd be like, we would play outside all day and come home and have like old liver, and we'd like it. I'm like, did you like it? And I remember, like, my sister and I would like resist and be like, this is gross, we don't like this item, and he would like raise a stink about it. And as we got older, I remember I told him once, he was like, you guys are so lucky that you get to eat all this nice stuff. I'm like, we never got this as a kid. I'm like, aren't you happy that we get to eat better than you? And he was just like, well, fuck. Like, he had nothing to say to that at all.
Yeah, man.
I don't like leftovers because just as soon as the texture of a food is different than what I'm expecting, it fucks me up. And usually things
Yeah.
are like slightly harder when you reheat them. I don't like that. But I do very vividly remember a week that I was like home from school for some reason. It must have been a holiday break. And I had just gotten Disgaea 3. And I ordered myself a gigantic portion of fried rice and steadily worked my way through it over the course of that week while beating the game. And so now whenever I look at any screenshot from Disgaea 3, I can taste reheated fried rice.
Yeah, I feel that.
And it was like, oh man, those were the good old days. Me eating
I was gonna
reheated
say, is that like
fried
a
rice.
good memory for you, or
It's
do you
a
find
good
it
memory.
disgusting now? Okay.
But it's like one of my only good memories of specifically leftovers or reheated food. I was just like, you know what? That was okay for some
Fried rice
reason.
is pretty good reheated.
Yeah.
There's a lot of Italian foods that I specifically prefer cold, and because like I like lasagna. I think cold lasagna is fucking awesome. Like I love the way that noodles and cheese interact after they've been cold, and their lipids go to the edges of them, and it gives them a little bite. It's like it's the freezer version of al dente. I fucking love it. And
Yeah.
some pizza places, like the pizza place I've mentioned a couple times that I really, really love, their pizza's best just fresh. There's another place near me when I grew up called Salerno's, and Salerno's would fuck me up 100% of the time, lactose intolerant wise. Like, it would be a disaster. But their pizza was pretty good. But if you like overnight, like once it had been in the fridge, oh my god, it was amazing. It was like 10 times better that way. It had a lot of cheese. That was probably why. Probably why it tasted better, and probably why it fucked me up.
Mm-hmm.
You're a weirdo.
Wow, damn.
What I guess what would be everyone's like, I'm not quite sure if anyone else would like this, but like I have this almost all the time because I like it.
I really like bagels with cream cheese and jelly at the same time.
Okay.
And I know some people think that's weird, but it's really fucking good.
Right? Anything weird?
Like I've actually seen cream cheese that has like bits of fruit in it, and it's excellent.
Mm,
Yeah, I've seen like blueberry cream cheese.
I
Yeah, we
like
do that at
regular
work.
cream cheese with like strawberry jam. It's really good.
Yeah, we do that at work all the time. Actually, it's really funny. Whenever someone orders strawberry cream cheese or blueberry or whatever, We just take our jam packets and mix it with the cream cheese.
I could see people initially going like, "Oh, I'd rather not." Like at that combination. That's pretty neat. Like I haven't really heard of that as like a common thing to do.
When I was a kid, my mom would make me not on bagels. She would get me cream cheese and jelly and put it on potato buns, like for hamburgers.
Huh.
And apparently that was my fucking shit. Like,
Oh.
loved it, ate it all the time. And then as I got older, I was like, this feels like too weird of a food. I need to find a different item to put these on. And my mom turned me on to, she was like, well, what if you try it on a bagel? And we had this bagel place called Baker's Dozen in Queens that we fucking loved. It was so good.
And she was like, how about you be as New York as possible? Get a bagel.
Yeah, well, I tell this fucking story about Baker's Dozen in Queens. And I mean, it was fucking transcendent.
Yeah. I put honey mustard on meatball subs.
That sounds
Okay.
fun.
Yeah. The way I got to that was I was at like Subway, and my stepmom was like forcing me to like order for myself, even though I was like, I'm anxious, because like, you know. And so like I was like basically passing on everything, and the person was just like, I was like, oh no, they're gonna get upset that I'm passing about everything, and they got to honey mustard, and I was like, yeah. But I don't know why I said yes, I just did. And I was like, wow, that was actually really good. Crazy. Someone in chat said putting grape jelly on sausage biscuits, and it's like I do that all the time.
A lot of these are things where I'm like, culinarily, I can understand why those combos of flavors would be good, but I'm like, I don't like one or both of the foods in this equation.
You know what I think would be really good, like flavor-wise, but I've never tried? I think corn on pizza would be really good.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Yeah.
Well, it's like literally like the most basic flavor combination in the world is like peanut butter and jelly, and I don't like peanut butter, so I'm like, ew.
Yeah.
I have a visceral disgust specifically. Peanut butter and jelly's fine. But I'm very specific in general about like ratios of food to each other. It's one of the reasons I don't like, we were talking about Juicy Lucy's last stream, and anything that's got like a thing inside of it. I don't like that because I want to be the one assembling my shit because no one else does it right. And so like if I'm getting a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, I want to make it. There's a specific ratio of peanut butter to jelly that is optimal for me. And they used to have these things called Uncrustables, which were they were like a UFO shaped just white bread that was like always a little squishy, filled with like 1 millimeter of peanut butter and way the fuck too much jelly. And I would like have them, but I didn't like them. Like I just got them for lunch. And anytime a show or something shows like an alien egg hatching or something gross, I feel the Smucker's jelly exploding in my mouth of just like, that was too much.
Yeah. Someone in chat says Korea literally has corn pizza. Korean pizza is not pizza.
Korean pizza is scary.
Yeah, that's not.
Are you talking about like their
fucking
street
pizza.
food? It's nightmarish.
Oh my god. One time a bunch of us sat in call and watched a bunch of those Korean street food videos, and we were losing our fucking minds.
Yeah.
I actually recorded a session of us doing that just for shits and giggles. I should show it sometime.
Yeah.
Korean barbecue though, fucks.
Yeah.
I
fucking Korean barbecue.
I wish I could get Korean barbecue. God. Oh, I
There's
wish
some
I could get
really-
food here.
There's some really good Korean barbecue places here in LA, and I'm just like, thank fucking God.
Yeah.
Because that used to be our go-to after work food at Sound Cadence in Texas. We'd all load up in a fucking car and go get Korean barbecue.
Texas had a ton of Korean places, and
Yeah.
this is weirdly, when I was in Texas, one of the last places I found that I would like order food from a lot and go, I would pick it up too. I just liked it. There was a chain called LA Burger, and they had a lot of burgers with like kimchi and shit on it, and they were really good, and they were like the perfect size for like a food order. Like it was like just small enough to not make me feel gross about ordering out, but like it was great. And they don't have LA Burger in LA. And it makes me sad.
Yeah.
Well, it's like everywhere except New York has some fucking place called New York, Pizza.
fuck it, yeah. Like I understand
Yeah.
why, but I was still like, oh.
If it's useful.
Yeah.
Of course, LA Burger doesn't have LA Burger. LA Burger is all around you, homie.
It's
No.
all LA Burger all the way
It's
down.
all LA Burger.
No. Like
And,
LA Burger was like literally like a Korean food place almost. It was like American Korean
Oh,
food,
yeah.
which I was really
What-
into. And
Yeah, there's always those places you find where it's just like, oh, this is like a place that's like, I want to sell my like native food, but that doesn't sell, so we have like burgers and pizza, and then it's just like there's the secret menu, which is like, this is the actual good shit though. Yeah,
but I liked it, and
yeah.
I miss it. There was also a really nice diner that I liked in Texas, and I ordered from there all the time. They just had like the perfect proportions for a single meal for me, and that's rare.
I ate the same sandwich for lunch every day in Texas, to the point where my food delivery people would come to my door and hand me the sandwich and be like, they knew who I was ordering this for. And I was like, yeah. And they were like, yeah, they asked how you were. And I was like, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
This is when you asked earlier, like, what's a weird food you guys like? This is the only thing I can. It's not even that weird ingredient wise, but it's like a stupid thing I made up when I was little.
If it's useful.
And I would have it every day for lunch for, I don't know, 10 years in school. And it was called pizza sandwich. And it was turkey, pepperoni, mozzarella, and just on white bread. But I had a specific shitty ancient lunchbox that was made of felt. And it would get crushed to shit in my backpack. So that when I got the pizza sandwich out for lunch, it would be like cold and pressed into like pizza width. Like it was really thin. And it was good. I like pizza sandwich. It was good.
I miss him dearly.
He was, shame he died.
Shame he died.
All right.
My factually correct answer, but not technically a weird food, pretty much at all. Room temperature water. Like I have that shit all the time. Not heated, not cooled, room temperature.
Yeah.
Just
Like a lot of it.
water.
I think that's the freakiest shit I think any of us has said today. I'm not gonna lie.
I enjoy room
if-
temperature water.
I will say, room temperature water is the thing I have that makes me like. That's my. I can't take this anymore. I need to go grocery shopping because I'm a whore for beverages. I like so many beverages, and they need to be flavored a little. And I like them to be water adjacent, but I like them to be cold, and I usually like them to be carbonated, or like really light juice. And anytime I'm drinking warm water, it's like, bro, you have nothing left to your name, do you?
There's nothing more depressing than just taking a sip to me of room temperature water. Because the only time room temperature water happens for me is when I like go get a water bottle out of the fridge, I put it on my desk, then I forget about it because it leaves my eyes like line of sight, and therefore it doesn't exist anymore. And then I turn around and I go, oh, there's a bottle of water, but it's like room temperature. But I'm like really thirsty, but I don't want to get up right now, and so I'm defeated as I take a sip, and I'm reminded of my mortality.
Room temperature water is the voice acting fucking like you're supposed to drink it. They're like, oh, don't have cold water. It's not as good for your throat while you're voice acting. And I'm like, fuck
Whatever.
you. I don't give a fucking shit.
And I'd rather be dry.
I'm having my cold ass fucking water. I don't care if it makes me a worse voice actor.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Morty God.
I guess my more interesting thing that I like to get is something called the friendship sandwich.
Excuse me?
Okay.
Sounds
so,
like a sex position.
Yeah, alright. I'm glad someone else said it. Alright.
okay, so it's a, I think like a TikTok or something like that, of a guy playing like two people, and he just goes into another room like, dude, yeah,
Oh, that
I
one.
made you
Oh.
a sandwich.
Oh, with the chips
What?
and stuff.
I made you, yeah, and I was like, actually, what is that? And I was like, potato chips, mustard, looks like some sort of cold cut, like turkey or ham.
Yeah, no, potato chips are a great topping on sandwiches.
And I started
Especially-
like, good.
I was just gonna say, especially salt and vinegar chips with ham is really, really good. Sorry. Go ahead.
So I started like tooling around with it, and I got to like taking cold cuts and then like heating it with a pan and getting it like some sort of like sauce with it, like an oyster sauce or a soy sauce or something like that. And like whatever potato chips you want on like it's a Kaiser roll.
Mhm.
With mustard, and it works really well. I like it a lot.
I spent the first month I lived alone and moved out from my parents. I was trying so hard to be like, this is my new life and I'm gonna work really hard at it. And like I really did, and I kept it up for longer than I expected. Like I was eating really healthy and like learning to cook a bunch of new foods. And I involuntarily was keeping chickens. And so I had a bunch of eggs. So the thing I was like, I'm gonna learn how to make this, because I really like omelets. And I was like, I need to make another egg thing, because they can't all be omelets. So I was learning how to make, I think they're called toad in the holes, where you like make toast or like a grilled cheese and you cut out the center and fill it with egg.
Oh, we sell those, egg in the holes.
And like, I tried, I'm gonna say I made 30 of them, and like 2 came out right. Like they all tasted good, but like something was wrong with them each time. And I got like 1 or 2 that were immaculate. And I had them, I was like, this is the best thing I've ever tasted. And I went, that is too hard to make, fuck these. And I stopped.
God. Involuntary keeping chickens, Jello had to watch someone else's chickens for a
I
little
got
bit.
to an Airbnb that I was staying at for a month while I looked at houses to rent when I moved to Texas, and there were just 3 chickens in the backyard, and I had not been told about them. And I was like, well, you can't just drop chickens on a person and not put that on the listing. But then I fell in love with them. And then 2 of them got eaten by a fox.
Oh.
And it was like, really unfortunately cartoony eaten by a fox. Like, the fox had clearly like grabbed one of them and ran off with it. So there was literally a pile of bloody feathers with no chicken, and then a trail of Blue's Clues Scooby-Doo ass follow the murderer feathers leading out into the woods. And I was like, well... And like, I was devastated. I was so sad. And I called the owner. I was like, I'm so sorry, your chicken got eaten by a fox. And she's like, Lamau, I don't give a shit, that happens. I'm like, what do you mean? I was so sad.
Yeah. Do you guys know about the sandwich game?
No.
God.
Is that a sex thing?
No, sadly. But it's I mean, I don't elaborate. It's this thing that fucking, so I one of my friends in high school had a brother who was in the Air Force, and he came back and he told his brother about this fucking game that they played called the Sandwich Game. It was basically a sandwich punching game where there was a bunch of rules where it's just like, if you knew about the game, then you were already in it, because that's just what assholes do, you know? And like, there's this thing of like, if you take a bite out of your sandwich and like leave it unattended, then people are free to punch the shit out of your sandwich. Right? And it was the dumbest thing. And there was a bunch of rules where you have to leave like something on top of the sandwich, and then it's like not punchable or something like that, right? But then there's like the act of God rule, where if some wind blows and the napkin like falls off the top of the sandwich, it's free to punch. And I hated it, because everyone in fucking high school was like, oh, this is the coolest shit ever. So I started leaving fucking toothpicks in my sandwich.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
If they're gonna punch my fucking food, they deserve it.
I just want to point out, this is the most high school boy shit I've ever heard in my life.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, it is. And so, like, and one guy punched my sandwich, and then no one punched my sandwiches ever fucking again, because they never knew.
That's funny as hell, though.
Yeah, fuck them. Yeah, you guys were talking about sandwiches, and I just remembered that shit, and I was like, God, that's so fucking stupid.
That, like, high school boy energy reminds me of the group of guys I used to hang out with. The things they got really into, specifically Jones Soda, which I think sucks ass. I think it tastes awful. And also because we're teenage boys, we discovered, I don't know if you've ever seen this, Balls Soda. It's Ballz, and it's got like a ribbed glass, and it's blue, and it doesn't taste. It tastes like Sprite if Sprite.
It tastes like balls.
It tastes like Sprite if Sprite dropped out of high school before graduation.
So Sierra Mist.
No, it's a different kind of failure.
Yeah.
I do hate Sierra Mist.
It's gone now. So.
Yeah, thank fucking God. I cheered. I hate Sierra Mist. Anyway, no, there's nowhere else for that story to go. There was just a bunch of, like, Jones Soda was the cool guy thing to drink, and no one even liked it.
Yeah.
Speaking of soda and weird things, I really like ginger beer. It is non-alcoholic, similar
Ginger beer's
to
fucking
ginger
good.
ale.
It burns.
It is rough on anyone who doesn't know what the hell that is.
Oh yeah, you can't have someone you can't surprise someone with ginger beer. Ginger, I describe it as like battery acid, but like fun. It's a lot. It's really a lot.
It is intense.
Okay, you know what? Have you guys ever had Takis?
Yeah.
In a different direction, ginger beer is just as intense as a Taki, but
That's
it's
great.
a beverage.
I have a box of Takis right next to me.
Takis are really good. I don't let myself
I,
buy them anymore.
Oh, dude, they're so bad. They will destroy you.
All right, gamers. I've been up since 6 a.m. I'm going to bed.
Good night.
Good
luck.
night.
Good
Hey.
night.
I should probably head out as well. It's late.
Good night.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night.
Who are those people?
I don't know. Yeah, ginger beer is non-alcoholic, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't drink it if it were alcoholic.
Yeah.
I'm certain I'd be a really annoying drunk.
You're really annoying sober.
I know. Can you imagine? if I was drunk?
I'm so... I haven't had alcohol in like 7 years, something like that.
I've been both drunk and high without my knowledge.
Yeah.
And as far as I can tell and anyone else tells, I just get slightly quieter and that's it.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't know. It's like this thing of like I feel like a lot of like effects of drunkenness and highness is all mental in the first place, where it's like people overreact because they're idiots. So it's just how it be.
Ginger beer goes so hard, correct?
Dude,
Fucking
ginger
good.
beer goes fucking hard, man.
It does.
Hard in the motherfucking paint. I've never had it. I may try it if it's that intense. That sounds
It's-
wonderful.
It is.
Like
It is a lot.
I
It's
want to call
awesome.
it spicy, but it's not.
Yeah.
I feel like I can understand what you're trying to like
I
describe.
mean, it's
to me.
ginger. It's really
Yeah.
gingery.
It's like ginger ale like on crack.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, that's yeah, I can get that.
It's good. Very sugary though, so I could only get like I mentioned. That's the other reason I don't drink is because I drink alcohol is because I drink a lot when I drink. So
Yeah.
that's why I drink like water and stuff.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm a thirsty boy. I drink so much water.
Like I don't actually buy lemonade for myself because it's too sugary. Like I will just
Yeah.
guzzle all of it, and I have to not do that.
Yeah, I used to drink a lot of soda, but then I started having like chest problems when I was trying to sleep. So I've cut back on like a lot of soda and like caffeine and stuff, which is like wild to me. Now I just put like Mio in my waters, and it's like, yeah, there's my flavor. It's neat. Some of them have caffeine because I'm still addicted to caffeine and would get headaches. And I don't feel like being shut down for an entire week from like trying to break a caffeine habit. Can't afford to be inoperable for that long.
Fuck.
I went up to Canada a while ago, and we were just hanging out, playing games, and like I was handed a Mountain Dew, and I looked at it, and I'm like, "You, this is how'd you get one of these?" And they're like, "What are you talking about? This is caffeine-free Mountain Dew. How did you?" They're like, "What are you talking about?" There's like no such thing as caffeine-free Mountain Dew in the States. How did you get this?
Yeah, I only
And
had
again,
Mountain Dew once. I did not know it was famous for having a shit ton of caffeine. Ha ha.
Bro, I love Mountain Dew, especially like Code Red, but it's like so fucking bad for you. It's like the worst soda for you.
In Canada, it is actually extremely common for it to not have caffeine in it.
Fucking Canadians ruining everything good. Mountain Dew. My Mountain Dew. That's where I draw the fucking line, brother.
Forget it.
My God. Oh, there's a teleporter down here for some fucking reason.
Mellow Yellow is also fucking ass. Like, Mellow Yellow is like, I have nothing else to fucking drink, and it's in like the like fridge because my brother likes it. I would drink it.
There's a
'cause
lot
I
of
needed
really
caffeine.
low tier citrus adjacent sodas.
Because so there's so many fucking citrus sodas, and I'm like, gee,
What
but I
the
want to
fuck?
treat
Whoa.
myself. What?
Oh, am I gonna read this? Absolutely not. I don't. Oh, I'm investigating that. Okay.
Yeah, I now treat myself to like a small glass of Sprite every now and then because I'm like, yo, it's a little treat. I had a great experience today, uh, uh, and I don't want to talk about this game because I don't want fucking spoilers because you know it's just like if you talk about a game, you're opening yourself up to one guy being like, oh yeah, my favorite part, blah, is like I've been playing Persona 3.
Oh, hang on. I'm fighting disturbed fungus, bad bug plaguing the Varuna contract. Never mind.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
Playing Persona 3 for the first time because it's the only Persona game I haven't been spoiled for. And I played it like at fucking 4 p.m. I opened my window, had like a glass of Sprite, and I was like, man, this is what people in like 2009 or some shit when they were playing this game was like experiencing. It's like that peak time where it's like you come back from school and it's like, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a good experience. I was having a good time.
Probably mentioned this before, but I guess this will be for Aloha specifically.
Yeah.
Speaking of like treating oneself, like I've been trying to cut back on sugar a lot.
Sometimes Pip indulges in lukewarm water when he's feeling
Oh.
so spicy.
Ooh, sometimes Piff indulges in murder.
Which is similar to lukewarm water.
True.
I was like, I don't really have sugar, but for some reason I'm like really craving like a cinnamon donut.
Yeah.
And I was like, but I can't just have a cinnamon donut. That would destroy me.
Yeah.
And I was sitting there like going like, oh, what shall I do? And Glass was like, what if you just had like toast and put like butter and some cinnamon on it, and maybe some sugar. And I'm like, I got some cinnamon sugar, I'm gonna be doing that. So I toasted a bagel, like cut it in half, got some butter, some sugar. It was perfect. It was the right amount of everything that I wanted in that like taste combination.
Yeah.
I used to just pour little custard cups full of cinnamon sugar and eat it as a snack when I was little.
I have this little like salt shaker that I bought that's like filled with cinnamon cinnamon toast dust. You know, like the cinnamon toast crunch
Yeah.
flavoring. I have like a thing of that, and I like tonight we had meatloaf, and I put like that on like the meatloaf and stuff, and I was like, yeah, that's the good stuff. Yeah.
Very nice.
I used to do a lot of cooking with my family makes fun of me for putting cinnamon on everything. I used to do a lot of cooking and like was gonna say embalming. That's the wrong verb.
Oh, yeah?
Marinating. That's the word I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Marinating red meat with like cinnamon, brown
Yeah.
sugar, coffee, bourbon. It's like anything brown goes together pretty well.
It's this thing of like I keep finding myself going for like sweet and savory palettes. That's why it's like the like meatballs with like honey mustard, right? Then there's like the jelly on the like sausage biscuit, and then like it's like the cinnamon on your meatloaf. It's just like I'm just attracted to the savory and sweet like kind of stuff. But it's just like nice to me, Yeah.
I feel that.
Especially when the sweet stuff makes like the meat less dry, like obviously like the like jelly and all that stuff, other stuff. But yeah.
Then you might really like my friendship sandwich. Oyster sauce is where you get a lot of the sugar from.
I've never had a lot of oyster sauce, so that would be like interesting, I guess.
It's really good.
Yeah, like Miracle Whip on my sandwiches. There's sweetness on like meat. It's the good stuff.
Oyster sauce is basically just a syrup.
Yeah.
What's it? Is it actually oyster? Or is it just called that?
I'll have to go check. Give me a second. There's probably oyster in it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm wondering if it's a sauce that was like created to season oysters, or if it's made of.
Yeah.
Because I know people will just
Etymology.
casually be like, "I made clamato" or whatever. It's like, why would you ever do that?
Yeah, this is my horseradish made of horses. Someone in chat says it does contain actual oysters, and I will trust them
Okay.
because I am lazy. But Pip's already looking it up, so it's fine. Ugh, stretching my legs. Yeah, I don't really have a lot of food places around me, or at least like diverse food. It's all the same shit. Like the most diverse we get is like Chinese food. We have like a Japanese food place, but like that's like pretty much it. Like there's no Indian food or like Greek food or anything like that. Like I would love to have every time I have like a bunch of friends in LA who are just like, oh, K barbecue, dude. You gotta get K barbecue. If you ever come, we'll go get K barbecue. And I'm like,
If it makes you feel better, anyone being like LA food's amazing is a liar.
oh no, it's like they're not saying LA food is amazing. They're just saying specifically like Korean barbecue.
There's a lot of Korean stuff. That's true.
Yeah.
What was I gonna say? I don't go to these restaurants very often, but I like cuisine from anywhere on like the Indian subcontinent or nearby. So like Indian food, Pakistani food, anything like that.
Yeah.
Because they know how to use spices and like not
yeah.
in a way where it's just like it's spicy. It's like that's not what I want. I want flavor.
Yeah, it's like people are too obsessed with like spicy that like ruins everything. Well, it's just like Takis are a prime example where you can be spicy and also still have flavor.
God, I fucking
it's
love
like,
Takis.
Yeah, they're just like the best snack because it's like the thing of like I want to have flavor in my mouth right now, and I eat a singular Taki, and I'm like, I'm satisfied. That's all I wanted. Well, with a good bag of chips, I go like, I have to eat the entire bag in order to feel something. You know?
Okay, oyster sauce. It is made from salt, sugar. Usual versions have soy sauce and thickeners like cornstarch, and has boiled down oyster juices, usually caramelized.
Yeah.
Okay. That doesn't sound like something I would be into. Oh, Jesus.
I haven't actually had real oysters, so I can't really compare. But like the oyster sauce is really good. A little, again, too sugary for my diet, but
Yeah.
it's really good.
Yeah.
They get them all?
Get them on. Is our website back up? It used to be this place called AsianMart.com that I used to like buy a lot of shit, but like the website's been down because they're like moving warehouses. But they've been moving warehouses for like 4 or 5 months now, so it's just like, Yeah, you see like banana milk, a bunch of other shit from them.
One of my ultimate favorite food anythings is anytime there's like a salsa or barbecue sauce that has like blackberry in it or a berry, it's so fucking good.
Mm-hmm. Is it very good?
Yes.
Yes.
Like there's a chain called Pepper Palace that just sells like spice and hot sauce, and they've got a lot of them that are pretty good, and they've got a barbecue sauce one. And in Texas they have this brand called like Miss Renfro's salsa, and it's like, I think it's Texas only, which is a shame because man, I would get that shit and put it on everything. It was so good.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, I love spicy stuff, but I hate like the jalapeno flavor specifically.
Okay.
Like, so it's like really hard. It's just like I have not consumed a lot of hot sauce. I feel like I should.
A lot of hot sauce is bad.
Yeah.
I find you want like something that's sweet in hot sauce.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like a lot of people do
it's like sweet and
mango or
spicy, yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
I'm really into vinegar-based hot sauces.
Ooh, that sounds good. I'm a vinegar bitch.
I'm a vinegar bitch.
They're really good. Pretty basic, but like, I love the taste.
Hmm. Yeah. Good stuff. I think that's like, when I ever move out, I think like moving to a place that has more diverse food would be the best fucking thing ever. Because, I mean, which is anywhere gets more diverse than where I am. So, you know, it's just like having that is just like on demand and just like, man, I can try out all this different kind of food. Nice. It's progress shit.
Yeah, I don't get like a ton of options because like we're just kind of have like the common food chain, common like grocery store that there's like, here's all the basic things that white people like.
Yeah.
And like we have like a few sort of like, you might find 4 items in a corner of the store that's like we carved out a small section for diversity, and then having like an entire aisle of like, here is crackers.
Yeah. Well, there's crackers everywhere.
Yeah.
The
Why?
Oof. I actually, I didn't know until I was like 20 that white people not like being able to handle spice or flavor was a thing, because my mom and dad are both pretty good cooks and would use seasoning and everything. And I remember being like, hearing it was just like, yeah, white people can't handle spice. I was like, what? Is that a thing? And everyone's like, yeah, you've never heard that? I'm like, no. And they're like, try this thing. And I did. And it was like, it's like pretty good. And they're like, oh, you can handle spice. I'm like, I don't understand.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, like people, it's a, I don't know, it's just like they're so used to eating such bland foods that it's just
like you're not. Here's the thing, that stereotype is not wrong. Like, I'll see these stories about just like me at my bros, and he made us some completely unseasoned chicken breast and was like, here you go, man. And I was like, that's a war crime.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's like they're afraid of putting too much or some shit. It's like, no, I'd rather have too much seasoning than not enough, honestly.
I think it's like, genuinely, it's just people like never even considering to like put seasoning on stuff, and then they do, and they're like, whoa. And it's like, yeah, it's like good. Like
I was like, I'm talking to my mom, and she's just like these stuff comes pre-seasoned, and it's like, yeah, but like the pre-seasoned stuff is always not gonna be enough seasoning, because like they know what people like want, or it's just like, yeah, it's seasoned, but it's just like, you know, you could season it more to your fucking taste afterwards still. Like
my favorite is back when I would like be into cooking a little more, and be like, hey, have you like, here, you can always tell with a recipe. I would look for recipes by people of color, and the way I would check if there was no like photo of the chef or the author in the book or whatever is I would look, and it would be like seasoned to taste, and I would look, and if it just said salt and pepper, I go, white. That's not enough.
Yeah. Like when my mom makes like tacos, she uses this like Taco Bell seasoning for it.
No.
Like packets, and it's like the worst thing ever.
No.
I hate it.
My, like... What? No! Oh, no! No, I didn't open the chest. Fuck.
No.
Oh, no, I spawned, I killed the lady, and she was on top of the exit. Oh, shit. Well, do I just not get those rewards? That sucks.
I think you can go back through the dungeon.
Challenge completed. Let me look. But yeah, what was I gonna say? I don't remember. I will.
We're talking about recipes and how you know which one is written by.
Oh yeah, no. So like, if you're just at like a store or whatever, it's like I want like not all just store mixes and stuff are bad, but a lot of them are bad. And they're expensive too. Spice costs a lot of money. And so it's hard to experiment. But I did
Especially
experiment.
spice that's only specifically for this kind of food, right? Where it's like you
Yeah.
can just buy like all the spices individually and then like make so much more.
Yeah, so what I would usually do is I'd buy mixes, and I always forget if it's like Weber or McCormick. Let me look really quick. It should be right behind me. Give me 2 seconds. It's Weber. Weber has a lot of good like for grilling spices and just general, and they've got one.
Yeah.
They've got one called Kickin' Chicken that goes on everything, and it's delicious. And that's my like go-to lazy man seasoning.
Yeah. Like fucking oh god, I think something you put on like a lot of things is like something called Lowry's. Love that stuff.
Oh, it's been so long since I've had this. There's a company called Spiceology, and they're like periodic table themed, but they're just spices, and they've got this one that's a raspberry chipotle spice, and it's fucking delicious. And it's so expensive.
Yeah.
It's good. It's worth it. I should order some of that for myself, actually.
Ah, dude. My stepdad, when he cooks, it's always great because he always does stuff like fucking marinates the chicken and then breads it and then puts it in the air fryer, and it's like always so fucking good. Air fryers are so cool, dude. They're the best thing ever.
I should probably get one.
Dude.
Everyone seems to love them.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere, man. It's not like pressure cookers where they're just like a fad. Air fryers are actually good.
You can tell that they're actually sticking around because companies are starting to put air fryer instructions next to microwave instructions and shit on their products.
They're cool because like there was already technically air fryers that people had, sort of.
Yeah.
It's a toaster oven, but it has a convection fan in it, and that's it. And people are like, oh, it just makes the outside drier and just makes it crispy. That's what I want.
And it keeps the moisture in so fucking good. It's like it's this thing of like where I prefer my stepdad like cooking steak in the air fryer than it is to like grill it and stuff. It's just so good. Yeah. I love that shit.
I have 2 uncles who both like being grill master, and one of them's like the best cook I've ever met, and the other one sucks dick. And he's like one of those cooks that like doesn't understand that not everything can be like medium rare.
Yeah.
And like, look, man, if you're doing like steak, do whatever, but like if my burger is red in the middle, you failed.
Only certain burgers can be like that. If it's like a higher quality meat, like you're using like, you know.
If it's like basically a burger made of ground steak, that's fine. But like that's never what it is.
Yeah, you have to like grind that meat yourself, right? You know.
Yeah, that's not what we're doing.
Yeah, that's like too much work for it to be rare. Yeah. God, I love eggs on my burger.
Yeah,
So much.
fried.
Yeah.
They're delicious. I never get them because it makes me feel it's like too much, but like in
It's
a way
like a-
it's
it's like- yeah, it's a-
delicious.
Yeah, it's like I think the first time I ever had it was like Steak and Shake, and I was like, yeah, this is the best fucking thing ever.
It's good. Good as hell.
Yeah.
I actually, you mentioned earlier you don't like this flavor, but I really like jalapenos on burgers.
It's like, I don't know, it's weird. I think I should try it more because, like, I don't know. It's
I
just
mean,
like,
if you don't like it, you don't like it.
well, it's like this thing of like, I've decided I don't like stuff, but it's just like, obviously as you grow older, your tastes change, right? Like, I used to hate mustard, but now I like mustard on stuff. And it's just like, you know, it's like, you know, like, as you grow older, I feel like it's worth trying things over and over again just to reconfirm you hate it, or maybe realize that you like it now that you're like smarter and can appreciate flavors more.
It's weird because, like, in some ways, you do like get a more complex palate that allows you to like taste more, but also it is like other parts of your tongue dying out. So things that are genuinely gross don't taste as bad anymore. Like, kids are genuinely better tasters than adults.
Yeah, but then you like shove like fucking bologna with ketchup all over it in your mouth as a kid, squandering your exquisite taste buds, you know? Yeah. Sometimes you boil hot dogs like a freak.
I boil hot dogs. It's fast.
Oh god, that's disgusting. Fucking, I broil hot dogs.
I mean, does it make a difference if they're like beef and turkey hot dogs? 'Cause I can't eat pig hot dog, which is the traditional. I
can't
it
either.
tastes disgusting.
Normal like pork hot dogs give me headaches, so I only eat beef hot dogs. I think it would be better with beef, just because beef hot dogs are far superior. But still, it's just like I like them boiled a lot more than boiled. Yeah.
I didn't even know there were other hot dogs.
Bro, Piff, do yourself a favor, get a beef hot dog, bro.
So
You'll never be able to go back.
I grew up in Chicagoland, and they're like owned by Vienna Beef. So like you'll sometimes hear about Chicago style hot dogs, which is just a hot dog with everything you've ever imagined on it, except ketchup. If you order ketchup in Chicago on a hot dog, they'll look at you like you're an alien. Oh, hello, little guy. Man, I just grew up with Vienna Beef hot dogs, and the only place you would get true like pork franks is like if you go to like a boardwalk or a ballpark, and you're like, why is this disgusting?
Fucking, there's a gas station / like butcher where I live that has like these foot-long beef hot dogs. God, I love them so fucking much. Oh, we haven't had them in a while. It's probably super fucking expensive now with how food fucking costs.
Oh god,
but
probably,
like,
yeah.
But like, god, dude, do I crave the dog?
I love this Genshin tip of, if something's too hard and you're in single player, call in a friend in co-op. And like, I think it's so much harder to stay alive in co-op mode.
Yes.
This is like completely off topic of like the food conversation we've been having for the last hour. But someone says, are there any internet outlets you recommend for practicing improv too far from any available IRL classes? This is gonna sound like an asshole thing. I don't think improv is something you can learn in a class. I'm gonna be real. Though, like, I don't know, that's just my asshole. I'm not a theater guy or anything, but I'm not sure if improv classes are really like anything that you couldn't like just look up online, right? Like, but yeah, obviously Jello would know about that, but I
mean, I've coached improv, but like,
yeah.
I took one improv class in high school, but like, even in high school, I already knew everything. But like, I'm not in. Yeah. I don't know. Like, if you're an idiot, it could help. And like, I genuinely don't mean that in a condescending way. Just like, like if you like, I don't know. I grew up naturally improvise. Like, okay, one of the reasons I like the show Bluey. You know what? You want to learn improv? Watch Bluey and just like try to live your life more like the kids in Bluey. Like, genuinely, they yes and everything, and they're like, I am willing to do any game. I will always play along and like somehow participate. That shit's great. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Play TTRPG or something. I don't know.
yeah, I don't have a good recommendation.
Yeah.
Playing TTRPGs with like randos online to me sounds like torture.
Oh,
so-
that's yeah. Like TTRPGs is like a thing where it's just like it really shows how much of a freak you are if you're put into a world where you can do anything, and it like highlights what you want to do in that world where you feel like you have no consequence because it isn't you. It's like assholes online where it's just like they can say whatever they want because obviously they're free from consequence for the most part, other than like a ban, right? You know, so it's just like that, but in a world where it's like you can show off your freakish desires. Like I would never want to do that with like random people I find online. Especially with how many horror stories you feel like hear about that stuff. Obviously, you can like that doesn't mean don't try, because obviously you can find some good people. There's a lot of good people out there. There's also a lot of bad people, and I don't think anyone should put up with bad people, especially on the internet. Like honestly, the internet's big enough; you can find good people to hang out with. Like
It's hard. It'll take a while, but yeah, no, don't.
yeah,
Fuck 'em.
don't settle for awful people in your life.
And if you're an awful person, watch Bluey. and
Watch
become a-
Bluey.
Become a better person.
Love dogs that are blue. Watch Blue's Clues.
Got
Yeah.
him.
I'm gonna put another hot pocket in the microwave as I wind down.
So I grew up with the blandest, whitest food possible.
yeah.
I know this because once I became old enough to cook for myself, I was like, wow, this is so much better.
Yeah.
All of these like flavors, and I can like kind of explore different techniques and cooking ranges and things like that.
Yeah.
And I made like a burger for my dad that just had like salt and pepper on it.
Yeah.
And he ate it, and he was like, it was too spicy.
Dude, yeah, I've been there where it's just like I've cooked food and I've seasoned it and stuff, and then my family has eaten it, and they've been like, "Wow, this is amazing! Why is it different?" And then I never tell them my seasonings because they knew they'd tell me not to do that anymore. But it's just like also it's just like and then they would never acknowledge that it would be like, "Oh, you seasoned it, and that's why it's good." They'd be like, "Oh no, it must be just better this time magically." It's like nah. It's just online TTRPGs play out generally poorly. Might just try chances with Omega. That sounds hilarious, and I think you should do that.
I believe
Personally.
Omegle still exists.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. Like I don't know. It's always gonna exist, even though like half of it's gonna be guys jerking off randomly. You know. But you can probably find some cool people on Omegle. Omegle was like thing I did as a 12-year-old with all my friends like at their house, and they'd be like, "Ah, Omegle."
Omegle was the thing
Dog-
I did as a 12-year-old. Like that's why I'm surprised it's still around.
It's a universal constant, homie.
Because normally I'll be like, I did this thing when I was little. You'll be like, what the fuck is that, you dinosaur?
Oh man, I'm not that mean. I don't know. I know a lot of older things, even though like I'm not like I don't know. It's just like
Really, your knowledge should actually only comprise of the time that you lived and nothing before that.
I mean technically I've lived like for most of Jello's life. You know, he's like what, like
I'm
fucking
28.
40? Yeah, 40. 28. Yeah, you're not that much older. I turned 25 in April. You're like the same age as like my older brother, I think. But I could be wrong. No, he's like 4 years older than me, so yeah.
Bing.
Gotta love being the oldest in your friend group, and then it happens. Sometimes it's in some friend groups, yeah.
I was just gonna say Pip's the oldest in our friend group, I think.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know.
Not
Yeah,
by a
sometime-
lot, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, Aram's pretty close. I think only like a few months off.
what are you guys, like
Yeah.
32 or something?
You want me to answer that?
I don't know if you're comfortable with your age or not being mentioned on stream.
34.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fair.
Grandest dad. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've either been like the oldest in a group or like the youngest in a group. It's like it's that weird spot. So I'm not young anymore. I'm not a quirky age. Like I used to be like 20, 21 in this friend group. Now I'm fucking 24 going on 25. Some sort of freak. Finally have to acknowledge I'm an adult.
Haha, dumbass adult by all standards.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry, space for a second. You said 25?
4.
I'm 24. I'm 24. I'm gonna turn 25 in April. Yeah. You're 10 years older than me.
You still cannot rent a car.
What?
I think
Oh yeah, rent a car is 26 universally.
Why?
I
like
don't
25, something like
know.
that. It's
I can drink and drive, but I can't rent a car.
Right? Yeah, it's stupid.
yeah. It's pretty. I don't know why that is oddly age restricted.
I bet it has something to do with insurance company bullshit.
Maybe. Why am I a year older than Aloha? Every time I mention my age, someone's always like, "Wow, Aloha's only 1 year older than me," or it's, "Wow, I'm a year older than Aloha." Yeah, people have ages, homie. Like, it's wild. The people you view online are like around the same age as you sometimes. I watch Twitch streamers and they're younger than me, and I feel fucking like, damn. I'm like, fuck. I'm like, damn. It's just like I watch a bunch of fucking esports, and I have to realize I'm not esports age anymore. I'm fucking ancient. I'm not good enough anymore.
Isn't like optimal esports age something like
16?
and around like 20, like I want to say 2 or something like that.
It's
where,
like
your
it's
reaction time's slow or whatnot.
Yeah,
Like,
it's like around 22 is when your reaction time starts like slowing and shit. And so it's like that thing of like you'll see a lot of, obviously it's like this thing of like 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds in esports do fucking amazing. But also you have to realize you're playing with a 16-year-old where a lot of people won't want to deal with that shit, right? Because like, you know,
I wouldn't.
yeah, exactly. That was my problem because that's around the age I was doing like pro smite stuff, and no one wanted me on a team because I was fucking 15 or 16, and I wasn't good enough to just for them to deal with it either. So it's like, yeah.
I am 34 years old and I can still outpace a lot of people regardless of their age.
Yeah.
Don't worry about your reaction time slowing down at all.
Oh no.
That will not affect it will not affect you unless you are literally at
performing
tournament
the top level.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I can't even anyways because my wrist is so fucked up that it's just like it's beyond. Because when I was like in high school, I was like, the burn means I'm gaming harder and I'm better, and it's like, no, that's carpal tunnel, asshole. And it's like now my wrist is just I can't even. While I tried to learn to draw for a while, but I can't because if I try to draw, then my wrist will like be in pain for like a week or so. I can't do it. But yeah, like I've gotten to a point where it's just like I can play games, but if I play too much, then like I fuck myself up.
It's like profoundly sad to me that you're the age you are and you have that kind of repetitive stress injury already.
I mean, it's just like it's how it is. It's a giant danger in esports, you know. Like yeah, and like I don't know, back when I did it, like esports wasn't like super big, right? It's like it was just like a guy with a couple $1,000 like creating an esports organization, and then you like played because it's just like that's how it is. And so it's like the medical awareness of all the stuff wasn't really like as big as it is now. Where it's like everyone's like, oh, you find 20 million stretches online, you find like all this other stuff, and it's just like people are a lot more informed than they used to be. But it's just like
you have like a hand brace.
I do, but it's just like I've never gone to a doctor for my wrist stuff either. So it's
Okay.
like, I know something my wrist is fucked up, but it's just like I've never like went to a doctor to like check out like what exactly it is or get it fixed or anything. You know.
When are we gonna do look aloha, no hands?
I try to take good care of my wrist, but it just sucks that I can't draw, even though I like drawing since my wrist is so fucked up.
I didn't know you drew
Sucks.
stuff.
I did a lot back when I was like 21, 22, around there. I had a lot of friends who were like artists and animators and stuff like that, so I just started drawing because they were drawing. So I drew a lot, but it's just like that kind of thing where it's like my wrist was just in constant pain, and I was just like, well, I can't really do this anymore. So I'm not good, but that's because I just wasn't able to like put in the grind set for it because, wrist gets fucked up. I used to play Overwatch and my pinky and like ring finger would like go numb. It doesn't do that anymore. My wrist has gotten better over time, like a little bit, but it's just like my hand used to go like partially numb and shit like that, which is obviously like signs of carpal tunnel and shit. So it's like
Yeah, my epithet did permanent damage to me, and if I spend all day typing, which I sometimes do for different projects, then I need to do a couple stretches, and I'm quite bad about them.
Yeah, I was having wrist problems like last week because I started playing a new video game that requires a lot of aim. So I've been doing like aim lab, which is just like an aim practice like thing. So it's just like I was pushing my wrist like a little too much, so my hand started hurting, and I was like, damn, it sucks.
How do you keep... Sorry, real quick. Piff, how do you keep the water level one way or another?
There should be a thing at the center of the arena that's like...
Like, I can play the song, I did the thing, but it just seems to go back after a couple, like, 40 seconds.
Huh. I know, like, without this stuff, I know there's, like, certain times of days that will be, like, certain rains, but, like, it should just be, like, where it is in the center. Like, if you already did all that, I don't know what could be wrong? Yeah, you did that. And then there's the thing that like specifically goes like, here's the weather. Weird.
Yeah. But like
it should just stay that way when you like tell it to be a specific weather.
No, but like then I teleport and it's raining again. And like
maybe
like,
the
see,
teleporting is what do it?
Maybe, but like I want it to stay.
It literally should stay in a specific way. I wonder if it's something else going on.
Maybe let's check if I've got like another quest line. Oh, I don't fucking know. There's so many of these. There's too many of these stupid little goblins.
Yeah.
There's way too many quests with these guys.
Yes. There's a lot.
Oh, I don't want to go there yet. I mean, I guess I'll just try and be quick about it. Like, it looks like the water level's low right now to me. But
yeah, that's because it's raining. When it rains, the water level is low because it takes all the water and makes it sprinkly. So when you make it something else, it goes up.
So do I want it to be sunny to...
Yes.
Oh.
You want it to be sunny so the logs themselves stay drained.
Oh, okay.
The rain stopped. I don't concern myself with the weather.
The rain stopped. I don't concern myself with the weather. Shut up, Zhao. I'm trying to get shit.
There's quality.
Yeah.
Trying to get the
God.
fisherman's delicacy.
You don't get it.
You'll never understand me, Dad.
Someone's like, that's why you learn to draw with your non-dominant hand. And I'm just like,
Why would
bro,
you
that's
do
how I
that?
hurt my non-dominant hand.
I've only severely hurt my hands playing video games twice.
It's the Donkey Kong.
Okay. I did not count those. That's a great point.
Donkey Kong Jungle Beat, man, the
It,
best
it
game
just
ever made.
tore skin. That was
Oh
not
my
like
God.
That's fair, yeah. No internal
Wait,
damage.
you've never played like Mario Party and then like got a callus? I don't count that as an injury.
Oh, I have calluses on my hand from gaming. Yeah. That's the nerdiest thing I think I've ever said.
I have never had a gaming callus. I will say.
Never play OG Mario parties, they'll get you.
Never play
Yeah.
Kid Icarus Uprising.
Oh my god, dude! Fucking 3DS games, fucking.
Kid
Hurt
Icarus
my
Uprising
thumb.
is a game that like my sister was really into, and I picked it up once and went, "Oh my god!" and I threw it away.
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't mean literally.
Yeah.
So the two games were Ys Origins,
Yeah.
where I played Nightmare. By the way, if people want to have a good time, don't play Nightmare on
Yeah.
any of the Ys games.
Any of the
Falcom games.
Falcom games, yeah, they're actually nightmarish. Yeah.
So they had a weird thing where to play on Nightmare difficulty, you basically had to constantly hold down one of the trigger buttons.
Yeah.
And I do mean like constantly, because you like release it to like release your effect, and usually need to like fully charge.
Oh
You
yeah, I
need it-
remember you complaining about this actually.
I broke my controller four times, 5 times. Just holding down the shoulder button. And then my finger, like my pointer finger bone was displaced.
Oh,
Yeah.
That got better, so that's great.
okay.
And the other one was Prinny, Can I Really Be a Hero? Also on like the hardest difficulty, which is like if you get hit once you die.
Yeah.
Is that like a Disgaea game?
It is a Disgaea universe game. It's a platformer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And because of how the battles work, you had to rapidly press a button to attack. And I played the last boss a lot by rapidly pressing the button because he just doesn't have like a weakness to take more damage than usual. So I spent like 3 days straight rapidly pressing a button.
Yeah.
And after a while, it wasn't like something that hurt, but after a bit, I couldn't stop my hand from moving.
Oh yeah, I have a thing where if I like just hold my hands out in a neutral position, they curve to my mouse and like.
Yeah, same.
And there's like for a little while it was really bad and did something similar, and like one of my fingers would trigger. I don't remember what for.
Yeah.
Because I did rapid button pressing, it's the one that like you tense up your arm and then your hand can move very rapidly, or more of like your lower arm, upper arm, whatever.
Yeah.
The hand part of your arm basically does the vibration, and I did that for so long that I couldn't stop.
Yeah.
And that eventually recovered, so that's nice.
Yeah. I'm finally like retraining how I use my mouse when I'm playing video games, because I used to play on an insanely like high sensitivity and use like wrist aim for stuff, but now I'm lowering my sensitivity and using my like full arm to aim, so I now have more desk room to do that. So it's like less stress on like my wrists specifically.
Huh.
Yeah.
So the lesson is, kids, be like Jello and never play anything hard ever.
I was trying to like fucking 100% Katana Zero, I think, and there's like there's the achievement to play on hard mode, and there's achievement like to speed run the game to a certain like speed. And it's like my hands couldn't like keep up with that. It's fucking any game that's like you must speed run it to like get like 100%. I'm just like, God, that's so
Ugh.
fucking like
Yeah, I hate that shit.
It's like it's a lot.
I like silly achievements.
Yeah, 100%ing a JRPG easy.
That's not what I said.
No, I know. That's what you said. That's what I said. I 100%ed Dragon Quest 11. That was a good time. I 100%ed Valkyria Chronicles 4 recently. That was a good time.
I
Good games.
think the hardest 2 games I ever 100%ed were honestly Super Paper Mario and Smash Bros. Brawl.
Yeah.
Though, like, I did fully 100% Super Paper Mario, and getting all the capture cards of everyone sucks so bad. Also, that game has 4 Pit of 100 trials, and none of them are fun. Well,
Yeah.
it has 3, but you have to do one of them twice for no goddamn reason. Not even hard.
Yeah.
But, like, for Brawl, I always do this thing where, like, I'll be like, I'm gonna 100% this. Asterisk. Not if it requires RNG. I'm just like, that one doesn't count. You're a bad game. And for Brawl, I got everything except all the stickers. Because, fuck. Like, what do you want?
Yeah.
Make a custom stage, fill it with...
No. No, it's still RNG. It doesn't matter.
Sure is. You just sit there and have all of the stickers come to you.
Yeah.
It took long enough to get all the trophies and all the boss trophies. Fucking Meta Ridley, piece of shit.
Yeah.
Dive off the edge.
Yeah, dive off at the edge at the exact right time, and make sure you hit Meta Ridley when he's at the exact right height, or you will not be able to catch him.
Yeah.
And
I think
like
the first game.
I was just gonna bitch about this stupid fucking boss.
I was say the first game I ever 100%ed was I think it was like Surf's Up, like the Penguin movie for the 360.
Game? Okay.
Yeah, the surfing penguin game for the 360. Yeah, that was a fucking game.
One of the few games I didn't even pick up for the Xbox 360. I have so much junk. I got Space Apes or Space Chimps.
Yeah. Space Jam.
Sorry, I interrupted you. Please continue.
No, that's
Was
all
that
I had
happy
to say.
feed?
It's always okay to interrupt me for space chimps.
Man, I was really into video games, and then Xbox 360 was like, "Hey, what about achievements?" I'm like, "Oh, I love achievements."
Achievements were the dopest fucking thing ever, dude. It's like, it was so cool. I don't know why. It was just like doing something and then it's like yeah, Steam has achievements, but it's just nothing will ever like feel as good as Xbox 360 achievements in my brain. You know, like
Achievements are clinically proven to be like crack cocaine to humans.
yeah, it's great. Fucking, but it's like I never felt the same way about trophies and like PlayStation. You know, it's like specifically 360 achievements are just like the best shit. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Like doing fucking what was that in Halo 3 there was that challenge where it's just like you have to go through the entire game with like all the skulls activated and then all your like then do the final mission on ghosts instead of warthogs. Fucking god, I love that achievement so much.
I'm trying to think
so
of the
fun.
hardest thing. Honestly, real talk, hardest achievement I've ever gotten is the Genshin farming achievement.
Oh no, that's yeah. You're like all the Genshin shit you're doing is like too much for me, man.
I was genuinely willing to like go all the way and try and get all the Genshin achievements until they were like, here's a couple that you need on daily commissions. No, they will never show up. They will, like, for a year. They just won't show up. And worst of all, you guys can't see this, but one of them is just permanently locked, broken, at the top of my Wonders of the World thing. So I have to look at it every time I open this. And it's like, why don't you give this guy dandelions 5 times? It's like, because I fucking did! And you don't track it because you're broken! Piece of shit. Hate it. Made me so angry.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Hollow Knight achievements are rough.
They are hard. Hollow Knight's a rare game where I looked at the achievements and did not even try for any of them. I was like, no thanks. Hollow Knight has a lot of its upper gameplay made for crazy people who are really into Hollow Knight. I'm like, that is not... I'm an explorer. I am not here to master the combat and ace the game on 1 HP or whatever you want me to do.
God. If you need to play Dragon Quest 11, man.
I kind of do, but
I recommend Dragon Quest 11 to like everyone. It's like, yeah, I love this game so much, dude.
I would absolutely do that. Probably not anytime soon, mainly because Like a Dragon Ishin is out today.
Oh yeah.
Is that like a full sequel?
It is a full like remake remaster
Oh, Piv.
of like what?
You just did Like a Dragon.
No. Like
no,
a Dragon
it's-
is what the Japanese call Yakuza. Like the
Yeah,
series.
it's
yeah.
sorry. Ishin is the let me finish this time. The full remake remaster of one of the old like PlayStation 3 ones where it was just like here's medieval Japan.
Okay.
Yeah. And you play as medieval Japan Kiryu with all the characters from Yakuza, but they're historical figures instead. Yeah.
So it's the Great Ace Attorney of Yakuza games.
Yeah. And it's like everyone talks so much good stuff about it. It's just like, didn't it not come to America? I can't remember.
I not sure. I'm going to
remember.
guess that it did not go to the US now. The
Yeah,
States.
until now. And it's like a complete full remaster. I'm just like, God, it looks so cool.
It does look awesome. They brought in like a whole bunch of people from like throughout the series, including 7.
Yeah.
Which is so nice. Oh, by the way, Joe, when you're fighting this freaking cube, if it goes into the kind of ball prickly form and tries to smash down at you, just hit it with fire. It immediately breaks it.
Oh.
That is the only one that I know that actually like will change depending on if you like hit it early.
Don't know if I'm gonna have I'm not gonna have my fire back in time.
Video games.
No, okay, there we go. Records of the Fall. Ain't that the band that sings in Alan Wake?
Whoa.
Thank you for laughing at that.
Yeah. So many video games coming out this month. It's like there was that like Wild Hearts, which is that Monster Hunter like game that like EA came with or some shit.
Oh, I thought you meant like Sayonara Wild Hearts.
No. Though Sayonara Wild Hearts is a good game. Fucking Blood Bowl 3 came out today.
Whoa.
Yeah. God. I'm not sure if I want to play it or not, but yeah. Like a Dragon Ishin, like fuck. Oh, so there's a bunch of other shit that I'm just like forgetting, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to get better at consuming more new things instead of just replaying, like re-engaging with old shit I like. I say playing Genshin Impact, but I've been being a lot better about watching shows and movies. I just don't have time for video games.
Yeah, I mean, so like you can passively absorb shows while doing other things.
Yeah.
Games, unless someone else is playing them for you.
That's actually how I consume most video games these days, is like Yam will play something for me.
Yeah.
Yam is also better at video games than me.
Yeah. Yam's great.
I think I've talked to you about this, Aloha, but I was like, yeah, no, it's weird. Like, I grew up, and like, I was like the best person at video games that I knew. Like, of all my friends, of all my extended family, like, no contest. And I've never been that good at video games, but like, I always found like PvP boring because just everyone I knew sucked. And now, like, I'll just like play like Overwatch or what, I mean, not recently, but I'll play Overwatch and it'll be like Yam and you and Piff, and I'll be like, everyone is so good at this.
I wouldn't really like judge like us on like, you know, like we are good, but the majority of people are indeed shit at video games. Like I do my best to be the best at video games because I don't know, I just find it satisfying, specifically to fight other real people and best them in combat because I just like competition.
I
I hope you enjoyed Paladins.
Oh, that was sucked so much. I've never played an easier fucking game in my goddamn life. Like, it's just like compared to Overwatch, where it's just like these characters moving like at 20 million miles per hour with fucking pixel heads because they're so tiny. Paladins is like characters moving through fucking molasses. Like, you know, it's just like big ass hitboxes.
But it makes for really easy footage to put in my video game demo reel for what that's worth.
Because I was just like, Piff was trying to get like footage, and then he was like playing Paladin, so I downloaded it because he was doing something, and I played it with Piff, and me, like, I just got like a fucking 40 kill streak, and I was like, this game's so fucking easy, I hate it. Like, I was just like murdering people, and I was just like, Piff, what's happening? It was just like,
Yeah.
Well,
Oh,
I mean,
God.
like, it was the classic, like, pocket thing as well. But, yeah.
Still. Aloha and I
Mhm.
will sometimes go into TF2 servers and just be the best people in there by a fucking county mile.
yeah, fucking, and I remember when that guy was just like, oh my god, your heavy's so good, and I had to ask you how to fucking type in game because I didn't know. And I was just like, these guys have been playing this game for like fucking 10 years, is getting beat by me, who's just like opened up the game like a couple days ago, and I didn't know
You
how to
literally
fucking
watch like a
type.
YouTube video like how to play heavy and you're like, got it. Immediately kicking everyone's ass.
Heavy's like probably the easiest character to play from like other games because all you need to do is aim.
Maybe yeah,
It's
no.
like,
That's my problem is I don't know how to aim in video games. So I'll be
Yeah.
like, give me the thing that requires like bullshit play for an instant kill, not a sniper, but like spy.
yeah,
Give me spy and pyro.
I've always been really bad at snipers because my sensitivity's always been so high, but I'm good at it occasionally where it's just like I played like Overwatch like I think recently. And I never picked Widowmaker because I always hated like when people would play Widowmaker on my team. And I was just playing it one day and I was playing with Tiny and I was just like, wouldn't it be funny if I picked Widowmaker right now? And I literally had the enemy like just pressed up to their spawn, just killing them every time they came out. I was like, what the fuck? This character is so easy. And why do people think this is hard?
I really hate sniping in PvP games because
Yeah.
a lot of them use things like hit scan to track across servers.
Yeah.
And I can't wrap my head around it because it's just like that's not how it would work, and it like makes me angry, and I'm like, I refuse to learn this basic thing. So like I'm like a really good sniper as like a guerrilla sniper. Like I'm really good at moving around so people never quite like pin me down and kill, like figure out like where the fuck is that guy. And I'm not good at getting headshots, but I'm like really good at bullying people by bouncing.
Yeah. Someone's like, you don't play TF2 for the competition, you play for the tomfoolery. Well, they're not doing tomfoolery. They're trying to play the game and win, but they're bad at it.
Chat guy, you better not be one of those fucking heavies that goes into control
Yeah.
capture the flag and grabs the flag and then just sits there and does nothing with it.
God, whenever we load in all those lobbies, it's always the worst. I hate capture the flag.
I thought you were gonna be like, you better not be one of those fucking guy that goes to the opponent's spawn and befriends them.
No, Piff.
God.
Piff, I generally like playing with you, except when Overwatch's matchmaking system seems to think you and I are gods from on high. And it's like, oh yeah, they can carry this 2v6 against 6 grandmasters all in a group. And we'll be like, what?
God. That's my life now. I play against top 500 people in Overwatch whenever I play with Tiny. Because like we used to have like friends that would always drag us down. And like we'd lose all the time because we'd have friends that would drag us down. But now we don't. Now we just play against top 500s. And I'm like, yeah, this is fucking great. Me and Tiny were playing before like a session or something. And then like Jay joins and watches us. And he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And it's like, no, this is the game for us. It's like crazy bullshit all the time where it's just like you're fighting some guy who never misses, so you have to fucking play around this guy who never misses. It's just like good stuff.
It's very exhausting to me. For me, I really enjoy video games, not at all for competition or challenge. I like seeing video games as like a little present, like a little puzzle box someone has created for me. and I like to explore the puzzle box and see how good a job they did making the puzzle box. And that's why I like exploration games. I like narrative games because I get to be like, oh, okay. I get to be like, oh, let's see what kind of narrative you crafted for me. And if it's good, I'm like, fuck yeah, it's good. And if it's bad, I'm like, I wish you were dead. And PvP, I'm just like, I wish I was winning all the time. This sucks.
PvP is kind of like a puzzle to me, where it's just like, it's you lose and you go, why did I lose? And then you like figure out why you lose and you go, okay, I can improve in this. And it just scratches, like, when I play a new game, it's just like my brain isn't satisfied until I'm at least like over a gold level of a game, right? Like if I can like play ranked or play against like gold ranked players and be better than them, I'm like, okay, I'm not satisfied. That's why the new game I've been playing, Valorant, is so fucking bad for me, because it's just a game that I have no transferable skills to, really. Because Overwatch is closer to a MOBA than it is a shooter, and like Valorant's like CSGO, where it's like very weird as a shooter, and there's only been like CSGO that's like it. I didn't play CSGO, so I'm like, fucking, I barely know how to play this game. And so I'm trying my fucking best and doing like aim trainers and all this other stuff and watching a bunch of videos and it's consuming so much knowledge to satisfy my brain to be like, okay, now I understand this game to its fullest. I can be satisfied. Like card games, yeah.
No, go ahead.
Like card games are easy. I feel like card games are the easiest fucking games in the world, right? And people go, no, card games are hard. They're not. You can just look up a fucking deck, play that deck, and win. It's like, obviously, it's like the hard part comes from like making meta decks, but I feel like people can discover the meta so fucking fast in card games and just abuse it. It's
I'm good at intuiting very quickly what the best strategy in a game is. I'm comically impatient. So like I remember, and like again, Yam is good at games, but I watched Yam play Hades once, and I watched Yam play Slay the Spire twice, and both times I was like, oh, you should use this power, and she's like, I never use that. I'm like, get that, and then get that one, and that one, and she's like, what the fuck? This kit's really good. Like, if you ever hear me go, beam, you gotta use beams, it's because both times in both of those games, I was like, Yam, you gotta go for the beam build. She's like, maybe this one? Yeah, just keep building beams. And she's like, this is the best run I've ever had on this character in Slay the Spire. I'm like, it's because you're using beams. And I don't know. It's like,
I think I know exactly which character you're talking about. Is it the robot?
The robot, yeah.
Yeah, and I assume Hades is talking about the ice beam.
I don't remember.
Yeah. The beam. Yeah.
The Hades run went pretty well. The Slay the Spire run was a stomp with the beam. It was extremely funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm also really good at strategy games. Like right now in Aaron Payne, he's basically set up this giant like Risk Crusader Kings board for us to have every named character ally on our board versus a bunch of zombie monster guys with like enemy generals who are really fucking scary. And it's terrifying, but like every turn we're like, all right, Jello, what do we do? I'm like, okay, give me a bit, and we're doing okay. But like, I'm also really fast whenever we play Fire Emblem. That's why anytime, like when people were doing Pious Pebbles and stuff, I was like, I can't watch this because watching someone else be slow at Fire Emblem makes me want to claw my own eyes out. And my definition of slow at Fire Emblem is really unfair.
Yeah. A card game that's actually fun is Vanguard. Every card group is overpowered. And so I love Card Fight Vanguard. Too bad the only way you can play it online is paying $70 for a game they just released, even though the card games existed for fucking ages. God, it's egregious that it was just like, this game's $70 and I don't think it's ever gonna go on sale. And it's like, God, that's too much to fucking play this game, like online for the first time ever.
Competitive card games have been interesting because, like, when the card game's good, it is less about like you having a good deck and more you understanding your own deck, and also very much so your opponent's deck. when the game comes to a point where you are playing around what you think your opponent is going to play the next turn or the next 2 turns, like that's when you're like, this is a good competitive card game. If you're not doing that, it's not a good card game. If you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh competitively, you're doing one-term shenanigans and that's it.
Yeah.
For the most part.
I like. How do I get these? Oh, there's
Probably
mushrooms.
jump pad, yeah.
I didn't see him. When my problem is like I have no drive to be competitive or win, so but like I'm good at picking out strategies, and I like being like, let me look at this, and I'll like look at something and be like, does this suck? And people will be like, oh yeah, that one sucks. You got a good eye for the bad like part of the meta or whatever. I'll be like, okay. And I'll figure it out quickly and then be like, neat. And then like drop it. And it's just like, I was just here to study this. I don't want to engage.
Yeah, that's fair.
What's your favorite and least favorite genre of game?
Oh, fuck. That's a hard question. Generally, I like a lot of games. I'm not really the biggest fan of puzzle games, like Layton and stuff. I didn't really have a lot of fun playing them.
Man, Aram really got to you.
Well, it's just like, I don't know. I feel like it's like the kind of thing where it's just like, I feel like there's some puzzles that are fun, and there's some puzzles that aren't. If it's like a puzzle game about a specific kind of puzzle, it's like a lot cooler. But it's like, you know, if it's like a bunch of weird other ones, then it's like, yeah, you can't really choose in Layton if you want to get a puzzle that you like or not. You know, it's like,
yeah.
But I'm trying to think of like, I'm not the biggest fan of real-time strategy. That's like one game genre that I'm like, yeah, I could go without, because it's just like, I don't know, it's a lot of micromanage it, and that's like annoying. It's more annoying than it is like satisfying to me. Like I'm trying to fucking think. So like I fucking love turn-based games a lot.
Same. I really like them. If
That's why I like Dragon Quest.
if I had to pick thing like game, if it just stopped existing, I would feel nothing. Racing game.
Whoa.
I hate
Racing
games.
I used to love racing games a lot growing up, but there's no good racing games anymore. Is my general opinion. I don't think they make good racing games.
You would throw Cell Damage under the bus?
I would, because they decided to remake it using the fucking Xbox version, and also the best part of Cell Damage isn't a racer.
Racing.
The racing mode of Cell Damage is easily the worst part of Cell Damage by like a huge margin.
The best racing game out right now is actually Grand Theft Auto 5.
Need for Speed Underground, easy.
Well, I mean, Need for that, like I said anymore. Like they don't make good games anymore. Need for Speed Underground, Burnout Paradise, like all that shit was just so fucking good. Like kart racers are good, but like kart racers to me aren't racing games. So, like, you know, it's like it's not like the Need for Speed or like all that other stuff. It's just like racing games are so like bogged down by like microtransactions now.
Yeah.
Like they're too stuck on being realistic to annoying degree.
So
like
for me, I would say like I'm obviously a picky bitch, but like in terms of there's like, oh, I don't like this in games. For me, there's a couple things where I'm like, this isn't an I don't like this. This is a I genuinely think you've done a bad job designing this, if this is an element of your game. I think every player involved in the game should always feel like they have some path to victory. And I find a lot of racing games are bad about that. Like the more realistic racing games where it's just like, oops, I got bumped once in this 12-minute race. I lost. And it's just like, that to me, like that's one of the reasons I don't like MOBAs. Because, like, you know, if your team feeds a little bit at the start, then it's just like, all right, we have to lose for 40 minutes. It's like, bro, your game sucks. God.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm so I'm so focused on catch-up mechanics anytime I'm designing something. It's like extremely important to me.
Yeah.
Board games too. Like my least favorite genre of board game is resource management games and building stuff, because like you'll play it for your first time and you'll be like, I'm figuring this out, and then like 3 turns in you're like, oh, this is what I should be building. It's like, well, it's too late. I lost this game.
That's why I don't like real-time strategy games. Just because it's like this kind of thing of like I spend all this time like trying to make a base faster than the other person, and if I don't make it fast enough, or if I like, you know, don't do the optimal thing, which I don't know, or it's just like it's hard to it's harder for me to like think about that stuff. It's just like like the long ass games, like RTSs just feel like a slog most of the time. Like it's just too much. It's just like I could live without RTS games. Like I think I had fun playing like Age of Empires, but like other than that, it's like Age of Empires is just kind of goofy at a certain level, you know. Like I feel like if I tried really hard and had friends that I could play like RTSs together with, and like another thing about RTSs, if you play with all friends, one friend gets eliminated early, and then they just have to sit there and watch the other guys have fun for like fucking 40 minutes, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just like you don't want to eliminate anyone early. But if you don't, then you're not playing the fucking game. It's like Civilization. It's just like you don't like no one wants to fight each other in Civilization unless like, you know, it's just like because you feel bad when you eliminate your friend and they just have to fucking sit there, right? But it's just like and it's just like I don't know, it's just, turns take too long. Obviously, like Civilization isn't a real time strategy, even though it's kind of real time. It's kind of turn based. It's just like whoever does their move first, you know. But like, I don't know.
Yeah.
It's
What what about you, Piff?
Surprisingly, I think pretty much the same. Real-time strategy. I have a different flavor of not particularly liking real-time strategies. Which is, I'm actually not really that big into competitive stuff, so I don't really have that like want to push myself to get better. But when I have done those games, it's like a little too long and a bit too like repetitive.
Yeah.
Where like if you have a strategy, if you're doing a thing, you're just going through the
literally like real-time strategy games just have a meta that you just kind of like follow, and it's just like you do that, like you build that thing fast, you rush, and then you build it, like then you destroy the other guy. So it's like a thing, and you do that over and over and over and over and over again, and it's just like God.
It's neat if you can think of it as like a trying to do like a single action faster and faster.
Yeah.
But if you cannot really like take joy in that sort of like repetitive mastery, there's not really much for you.
Like I know this.
I was just gonna say, I don't think I've ever played an RTS. The only man, I hope I don't sound stupid saying this. I think the only game I've played that I've heard people go, that's technically an RTS, is Pikmin?
That's funny as fuck. I mean, I guess it's not really, but it's like, I can see why people would say that.
Like, what is like, Pikmin?
You plant little guys in the ground.
No, what's the genre?
Oh, what is Pikmin? It's like it's an adventure game. It's an adventure survival game. At the end of the day, you're trying to like get ship parts in a limited amount of time. Pikmin is just fucking Dead Rising.
That's an interesting take.
Pikmin is really just Overlord if you think about it.
Yeah. Obviously, this isn't a game genre, but I don't like Zelda games at all.
Oh wow.
I don't like
them.
I don't like them either for the most part.
I just find them extremely boring and repetitive.
I don't like dungeons in Zelda games. Is my problem.
That's the Zelda game.
Exactly.
Like the only Zelda game I enjoyed was Spirit Tracks.
Yeah, you and I
don't know why.
About this before, I really like Wind Waker because I love Wind Waker's art style and
like it just looks good. It like feels good, but it's just like God, I fucking hate dungeons.
Yeah, but like the dungeons in Wind Waker suck even by Zelda. Like they're very easy, but they're boring easy. But like, I love Wind Waker's exploration. I really like the exploration parts.
Yeah, like
And
I used to play have a demo disc of Zelda games, and I feel like the funnest part was like I had a Majora's Mask demo on there, and it was like limited time, so I had to but it's like obviously it was like full game, but it was like limited, so I'd see how much I could complete within a certain time frame, and then it would end, right? And then I had like a Wind Waker one that was also like that, where it's just like I would just sail around and be like, yeah, this is just a vibe, but like, God, no dungeons.
yeah,
No, thank you.
like, oh fuck, how do I? Okay, sorry, just thinking about a puzzle.
Yeah, the only good RTS game, Halo Wars. Good ass game.
I don't know anything
But
about anything.
Yeah, that's good.
Let me think which Zelda games I actually like. I don't like the first one. I've never played Adventure of Link. I do think, I think Link to the Past is the one that is the oldest who holds up the best. And I think that game's dungeons are really mean and absolute bullshit.
I like Link to the Past is like a game where it's just like I can respect it a lot more, because even like the overworld's like a dungeon. It's like the entire game's just a dungeon, and I'm like, yeah, I can respect it if it's always like this.
There's a lot to find in that game and a lot of optional shit, which is really cool to me. Then I believe the next game is.
Hold on, before you get too far into it, I would like to say which game genre I like, just to even things out.
Yeah.
So I actually really like character action games.
Yeah.
That is my favorites so far.
That is a genre of video game I want to get into more, because I've always loved them. I've always liked watching people play Devil May Cry. I played like a little bit of Bayonetta.
Like Bayonetta, right? Yeah,
yeah.
I believe that's Jay's favorite genre of game.
Yeah, and I've been playing Hi-Fi Rush, and I fucking love that game, and it's just a character action game, and I wish people made more fucking character action games in modern day, but it's just like
it's Yakuza basically.
Yeah, I guess like Yakuza is also a character action, right?
Like, it's not the same as a lot of the other ones, but like there's a good amount of similarities. It's a bit more like RPG-ish. But
Yakuza
like,
feels like an RPG beat 'em up game to me, where the beat 'em up aspect is kind of has asterisks after it.
It's got a lot of depth for the whole beat 'em up aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when I think about character action, I think of like the giant combos with air launchers and like the SSS and like ranking on the side of the screen,
Okay.
Yeah, but I would consider Yakuza a character action. Yeah. There is a character and there is action. Like in the combat is like that, yeah.
It wouldn't be my first assign to that game, but I wouldn't call you wrong for calling it that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bayonetta is, as far as I can tell, my favorite like character action game.
Yeah.
I think if the executions, like the button executions, were different, I think you'd either like be above or like just below Bayonetta. Would probably be what is that thing called? Metal Gear Rising.
Yeah, Metal Gear Rising Revengeance. Yeah, I played that. I love that game.
It's really good.
I just kind of sucked at it.
I wish its block wasn't the attack button.
Ew.
Exactly.
That's the type of shit that would drive me bananas.
Yeah.
EM's birthday was earlier this month, and for her birthday / Valentine's Day, I bought her 2 sets. I bought her Bayonetta's glasses from Bayonetta 1 and 2.
Yeah, that's so cool.
Ooh. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's nice.
She looks very cute in them.
Nice.
Yeah. Am I free to dunk on Zelda now?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so
me popping a vein in my head. I got shit right now.
Then Ocarina of Time. I hate Ocarina of Time. I think that game has aged like fucking milk.
Yeah.
And I think all of its dungeons are unfun as fuck. I think there's nothing to do in the overworld. I think all the quests are dumb. I hate how it moves. I understand it was an important game. Fuck it. Get a new favorite Zelda game.
But I mean, like fucking Mario 64 is like a fucking important game. But
Yeah,
it still
and Mario
holds up.
64 is still fun.
Yeah, it's like you can be important to the genre and still be good. Like, you know, it's like.
Yeah, it's like, so Ocarina of Time to me is in the same ballpark as like GoldenEye, where it's like, oh yeah, when this came out, it changed everything. This sucks now.
Yeah.
Then I haven't played the Oracle's games. I actually bought them on like my Wii or something, and I never touched them. I bought them and Golden Sun on my Wii, and I played Golden Sun for 2 hours, and it's the least fun I've ever had in the first 2 hours of an RPG. And I just threw it away. Then I think Wind Waker is next. Wind Waker is a deeply flawed game, but I love the things it's good at. Twilight Princess has a lot of this. I love its vibes, but it's also all. And actually, I think Twilight Princess has great dungeons. It has nothing outside of the dungeons, and it like no good puzzles. You never reuse any of the cool weapons you get anywhere outside of their dungeon where you find them the first time. Like giant ball and chain, so stupid. Let me use that thing. Oops, it's the worst. Oops, there's no puzzles. And they were like, damn, you like Hyrule Field being the most boring place in the game design universe? There's 4 of them now. So we didn't know what else to do. And then Skyward Sword. Anyone who likes Skyward Sword is wrong. Skyward Sword is a terrible video game by every metric.
I never touched Skyward Sword because I think after Twilight Princess, I was like, I'm not trying more of these fucking games. Like, I'm like,
I will say, great HD experience on my Wii. Best story accoutrement. But like, I mean, that video is the best thing to come out of Skyward Sword. I fucking hate that game.
I have fond memories of Phantom Hourglass because I remember watching a friend play it on the back of the bus. That was like
that might be the best experience anyone's ever had with Phantom Hourglass.
Yeah, you know, like it's a good time.
Oh, hey Joe.
There's some like really good handheld Zeldas.
Yeah.
Like I love
Minish
what was
Cap?
it? That's not the one I was thinking of. I was thinking of like was it Awakening and Seasons and Ages?
Yeah, I haven't played the Oracle games. Awakening looks very cute. And I love the art style of its remake.
I would love to play 4 Swords with 4 friends. Like 3 friends. Because I would be there. I'm not some video game cuck. It's like, yeah,
have like
I
3 people playing with you and 1 other person just sitting there watching.
Yeah, fucking,
the perfect experience.
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like a Zelda game with like multiple people would be great because I feel like multiplayer can make most games more fun. Just 'cause, I don't know. I like being with friends.
I played the shit out of 4 Swords Adventures, a game I believe the Zelda community universally despises. It's not good, for sure, but I did play it.
Oh, hey, Jello. Extra little bit for the little scope thing you're on. See that it has a little weird sort of fuzz at the bottom of the scope?
No.
Hit it with electricity.
Are you kidding me?
No.
Do I have to go back to all the other ones now? Motherfucker, I hate this mechanic. Making me use electro characters like they're not the worst thing anyone's ever invented.
Yeah.
No, are you serious?
You don't need to. It doesn't give you much.
What does it give you?
It basically, like, once you do that, it goes like a hide and seek mechanic of just like a little dude. So I guess that one was behind you, so you need to just spin the scope around to behind you.
What? I'm here now.
Damn, sneaky.
I am so mad, Pip. Thank you for telling me.
You're welcome.
Mad. Ugh. Oh, never make me go back to something after. Never. Never, never, never.
Yeah.
Never make me. Never put me in a situation.
Never
I'm,
fucking.
s-
Never acknowledge my existence with some sort of task.
I'm sorry I gave you cursed knowledge.
I mean, it's not your fault. This is a mechanic.
Um,
Mechanic for idiots.
stupid poo-poo babies.
Oh my god.
Yeah. God. I love JRPGs. But that's like a very recent thing though. Like since I was like honest playing like games on like a 360 for the most part, I missed out on like so many JRPGs because they were all on like the PS3 and shit. You know? So it's like now I'm going back and I played like all the Trails series, like fucking, you know, like
I love JRPGs. It's easily my favorite genre. I love number go up. I don't think there's any time I have more fun than the first 10 hours of a JRPG.
yeah,
Just like exploring new shit and getting strong make me feel good.
I always liked JRPGs and I always wanted to play it. I love Dragon Quest games, even though I haven't played a lot of them. Like Dragon Quest 9, I really enjoyed for the DS. Dragon Quest 11. I need to play Dragon Quest 8 because Dragon Quest 8 is like what everyone goes like, oh dude, it's the best fucking shit ever. Even though that was on PS2.
I thought 9 was the one everybody liked.
9 is Sentinels of the Starry Sky. It's cool, but the your party members don't have like character or personality. They're just like small custom characters you create. Yeah, it's still a good game. I still had a lot of fun with it. But Dragon Quest 8 is like the big one. It's like it was for the PS2. And all that stuff, and like the protagonist is the one with the orange headband and stuff. And...
Oh, you know what game I need to play is multiple people have told me I'd love this game is Final Fantasy 9. Because I like the goofy Final Fantasy games. Like I like 5 a lot. And I played 4 and 5. I played 4 and I was like, that was my first one. I was like, oh, I guess that was okay. And then I played 5 and I was like, yo, 4 sucked ass. 5 was great.
Yeah. I fucking what was it? Fucking fuck, I was gonna say something. The only Final Fantasy game I've played is like 13. Though I've watched like 15 when it came out, and I think 15 has like one of the strongest openers to a JRPG fucking ever. Even like a video game. I love the beginning of Final Fantasy 15 where it's like everyone's like pushing the car and Florence and the Machine is playing, and it's just like I was like, this is peak cinema. This is the best thing that could ever fucking be, even though the game like halfway through is not the game is garbage, but you know.
It stops having the vibe. Like just the boy band being on a road trip.
That's like the coolest fucking shit, and yeah, it stops having it. So maybe like the other game that the guy's making that's not Final Fantasy 5, definitely not Final Fantasy 15, you know, like Orem Rex or whatever the fuck it is, but yeah, it's like gonna have that vibe. I love it, but yeah. So I have no opinions for Final Fantasy like games really. Like obviously everyone talks about 10 a lot, but I feel like I tried to play Final Fantasy 7 like the original, but it like was aged too much for me to like enjoy it.
Yeah.
I had the weirdest thing with 7. This never happened to me on literally any other video game. Joe can attest to seeing tons of games that I played and just looking at it going like, I can't even look at this.
Dude, that's the same thing that happened to me where I couldn't tell where I could go and where I couldn't in Final Fantasy 7 and you know, like navigate shit. Like
Final Fantasy 7 did the weirdest shit to my eyes where like once a character hits like a certain distance in the background with all of the other like still images, my eyes started attacking me.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what game I was really sad to find I just couldn't play because I hate how it looked in motion was Hat in Time. I was so devastated, but its camera is really bad. And like I played it for an hour and I had to stop and I was like sitting down because I was gonna throw up.
Bad.
Psychonauts also got there a couple times. Psychonauts' camera's really bad.
I will say I've been recently playing Hat in Time on J Stream, and I just got like the other DLC thing, which was Nyakuza Metro, and it is immediately excellent. There's so many just fun things around. Like there are trains getting pulled around by giant cats.
Like, everything about Hat in Time, I'm like, this is great. I can't play it.
Yeah.
Like, it might as well be a VR game for me, where it's just like not an option. I just like, nothing is wrong with its content. I just can't stand how it moves. It literally makes me nauseous.
Yeah. I'm scared of doing VR because I'm like
Never go back.
No, it's just like it's one thing of like one, I'm scared I'm gonna get motion sick, which I feel like I could adjust to it. Also, it's just like I'm not sure if it would be good for my eyes having light that close to it.
Yeah.
Like, but yeah, it's like but it's just like it's the thing of like, oh man, I get motion sick in cars and like boats and stuff like really bad, like often. So it's like I wonder if like VR would be any different.
Yeah.
Which sucks because I think VR is like a really cool medium.
I get motion sick unless I'm driving or in the front seat, and I get seasick on boats. So
yeah, I'm inoperable on boats.
Should add that to the list of 10 million physical weaknesses I have to everything.
Yeah, yeah.
Jello
like
Apocalypse, the universe's easiest man to kill.
I'm actually really looking forward to Like a Dragon Ishin, so I'm gonna actually hit the bed so I can wake up and do that.
I should. It's fucking late, and I've been going for a while. I might as well. I'm gonna do my dailies, and then I'll call it.
Fair. All right. Later, everyone.
Bye.
Later. What a swell dude. Well, Jello. It's me, you. I strangle you in your sleep. It's my stream now. I get the Genshin. The fucking will. God, imagine people leaving gacha accounts in their fucking...
Imagine, that's gotta have happened at least once,
Yeah,
right?
probably.
Imagine killing someone for their Genshin Impact account.
I mean, hey man.
What a waste of murder.
What a waste of murder. God. Genshin. Yeah, I don't think I'll ever go back to Genshin Impact.
That's fine.
Though Honkai Star Rail in April, bro, I'm all on that shit. Turn-based Dragon Quest like combat in a fucking gacha game that's gonna update frequently.
I have
Never-ending fucking turn-based combat game. I fucking love that idea so much.
I have friends who are in that game. Like,
yeah, you friends and everything, bro. You should have less friends.
I don't have very much. Sorry, I know people who are in that. I'm acquainted with people. I only have like 10 friends, and 9 of them are in this call.
Damn, I'm 9 of them.
You're a cat, didn't I tell you?
I mean, I believe you. Honkai Impact gacha? No, it's Honkai Impact is like the character action gacha game. Honkai Star Rail is like, I guess like it's kind of a sequel to Honkai Impact, since Honkai Impact's like ending sadly.
Oh, is it?
I think it's like at the end of its story, which is sad because I know Jay really liked Honkai Impact because it was a character action game that updated a lot and had a lot of fucking content, right? So it's a game we played a lot. So it's just like it stopping having content is kind of sad because like character action games just aren't made enough anymore, and I feel like there should be more of them. But it's like I don't know. But yeah, but I win Honkai Star Rail's turn-based combat, so good for me. Fuck everything else. A gacha game I'll actually fucking play.
Wish I could kill this lady.
I mean,
So I was like, damn, where's my artifact? And I'll be like, is this it? And she's like, thanks for the free artifact. It's like, did you put the... You're a treasure hoarder. Did you really contact the Adventurers Guild to be like, I dropped my box? Like, I don't believe you. Who commissioned this?
it's a trap. I'm gonna get jumped. Yeah.
Do you want to keep looking? No.
I hope Honkai can still be in service despite the story ending. It probably will. Like, I don't know, game services don't shut down like super fucking fast, especially when they made a lot of money. Like even like failed multiplayer games stay open for like years for the most part,
But like,
unless something really bad goes wrong. A whole week. Especially if like people paid for their fucking JPEGs in that game, like game service better not be shutting down in a week. I paid good money for those fucking boobies.
you guys know porn is free, right?
There's no porn is yeah, but they don't do fucking sick ass combos, do they?
I'm watching the wrong porn, my guy.
I mean, fucking what is it? There was this Twitter, but now it doesn't exist anymore because they're getting rid of the API shit. But that was called. It was like out of context JAVs, so like Japanese adult videos, and it was literally just like this sick ass fucking Kamen Rider action sequence. That would eventually lead into porn, but they didn't show any of the porn. And then I looked in like the description. It's like, yeah, I directed this film. I also made this cool ass thing. And I watched it. I was like, wow, this is fucking dope as fuck. Can't believe this guy was a fucking porn director for this Kamen Rider porn video.
Hey, it's work.
It's work, yeah. And it's like, I was like, whoa, this action's great. And I guess someone else saw it, and I was like, yeah, make a movie. And it's like, you did. And it's like, wow,
How amusing.
all that shit.
Uh-oh. Oh, yep, I'm dead.
No.
Stupid. Stupid dumb.
That's her from humble beginnings, bro. If I directed like a fucking Kamen Rider porn, that's all I'd talk about. So it's all you'd know me for, homie. It's the most hilarious fucking thing ever.
Oh, aloha. Oh, isn't that the Kamen Rider porn guy?
Yeah, and everyone would be like, yeah, he's so funny and cool.
I wish he'd direct porn of my favorite series.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, you should die.
Okay. Pokemon Conquest continues to be the best Pokemon game. I've never played Pokemon Conquest.
I think
I
the
probably
best
should consider it
Pokemon
at some
game is
point.
that Fusion one everyone's playing right now.
It's pretty cool. It has, it's like, obviously it's really gimmicky, but it's like, it's fun. I just feel like they add too much to the game, where they like add more content onto like the normal like.
No, I like it.
Yeah.
I don't think the gimmick is enough to sustain actually playing through a Pokemon game, but they add a lot of like dungeons and they change the story enough to make it like noteworthy.
Yeah, because if it was the same story, then I don't feel like people would play it exactly because they would already seen it. They get tired of the transformation gimmick, so it's like good, but it's not like the best Pokemon fan game I've ever played. Pokemon Rejuvenation was the one. You played it like a little bit, but it's just like, yeah, Pokemon Rejuvenation is probably like my favorite fucking thing ever. I haven't played the new update because I would have to like, I would want to restart completely, and that's like just like 700 hours of fucking Pokemon game. But I'm like, damn.
Too much.
How amusing.
It was mostly, I mostly spent that much time because I was playing on like the hardest difficulty, which they removed because it was making like the community toxic.
Oh.
Yeah. They were just like, yeah, this is too toxic. We're just gonna remove the hard. Like there's still a hard difficulty, but the like super fucking insane mode is gone, which is what I played on. I would want to restart because like between like the update I played and now they've like redid a lot of the older content, right? So Pokemon Conquest is way too easy. You beat the game before you can even evolve anything. That checks out. It's like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon.
Daily commission rewards.
Commission rewards. Wow, I can't believe you're going back to Mondstadt.
I always go to Mondstadt to pick up commissions.
It's a cool little place.
It's just
Dude,
the
I'll never
it's
be
just the
relevant again.
fastest teleporter to Adventurers Guild.
Welcome to.
Yeah.
Thank you for
It's wild that you even have to fucking go to these places instead of just having a menu for it.
Yes.
Oh, you played all of Trails a lot. What was your favorite arc? I really like Cold Steel. I don't know. It's just a fun time.
Cold Steel is the most fun.
I just like the combat of the Trail series so fucking much.
The Cold Steel games are easily the most fun JRPG combat I've ever seen, and it's not
Okay,
really
but-
a competition.
Okay, but story-wise, Cold Steel still. Trails in the Sky story, I don't like fucking all. Trails from Zero is really good, but I just feel like Cold Steel is more my speed. Favorite characters in Trails? Fuck.
Trails from Zero is good. Trails, Zero's the first one, right? And then Azure.
Zero is the first in the Crossbell series, yeah, and then it's
Yeah.
Azure. Yeah.
Yeah, Zero's really good. Azure's so stupid.
It's slow to start.
It doesn't. It's
Favorite-
slow to end too.
Yeah, favorite characters in Trails.
Toa.
Toa's really good, yeah. I really like the blonde guy with the baton. I forget his fucking name, but he's like really smart, but everyone like shits on him constantly.
That
Fuck.
guy with the baton.
His wife or some shit's like the head of the church or some shit.
Oh, I don't know him. Is he from like
Yeah.
4? I didn't play that.
He's like a bracer. Oh, fuck, I'm trying to find his name.
Tobal?
Yeah, Toval.
He's a good bean. I like him.
He's a good guy. He's such a kind of nothing character, but like I love
I
him.
appreciate that's
Yeah,
Trails
that-
needs
yeah.
more nothing characters. It's
like he's important, but like, and everyone he's like kind of the hypest character ever. But it's not a big it's not a plot important fact that he's hype as fuck. It's just like I just kind of like mentally like do all my arts and stuff, and I'm like one of the fastest arts users in the world. But no, like it's not like a big thing. Old Class 7 or New Class 7? I feel like New Class 7 is more of
7. What a
characters.
stupid
Yeah.
question.
Yeah.
Trails
I-
Trails has a problem character-wise where Trails feels like it's written by a bunch of kids in like an RP Discord making all of their OCs, and no one is willing to not be the important character. So everyone is just like, we all have an intense backstory. And we're
Yeah.
all important. We're all super powerful. It's like when everyone's super, no one will be, and it just doesn't get it.
And then there's Tobal.
Yeah, I like Tobal. He's just some
I
guy.
love Tobal. Yeah, I love him so much. He'll be plot important like 7 games from now, maybe. But it's just like, fuck. What are the favorite fucking characters in Trails?
I like Olivier.
Yeah, I was about to say Olivier is really good.
I remember, no, you know what, this isn't a spoiler, it's just a fake out that they immediately change. At the end of Cold Steel 3, when they, pretend to kill Olivier, and I remember talking about it with Aram, and he was like, do you think they'll oh man, I can't believe they killed him. I was like, are you kidding? He's definitely still alive. And Aram was like, I don't know, I think they did it. I'm like, okay. Sure. Call me when they kill a person in a Trails game for real.
Fucking. I like Green. It's pretty cool. Fucking. It's just like, I don't know. There's a certain kind of anime bullshit I really enjoy. And it's like, whatever the fuck. I forget what Green's fighting style's called. Like
8
that fuck-
Leaves.
8 Leaves. I love 8 Leaves so fucking much. Because it's just like anime bullshit anime martial arts bullshit I fucking crave.
Do they ever actually
Deeply.
really explain what it even is?
Yeah. I explained it before.
Really
Explain
lanky.
yeah.
It's Been around since second chapter.
I mean,
Trails in the
it's in.
Sky.
I mean, it's in every game, so it's like.
Yeah, but
It's
like,
even,
what
like-
is it?
Yeah. It's fucking God. It's like my brain isn't like at full capacity since it's like 3 a.m. It's like some old guy went around teaching everyone like
Like
one
I know
part
it's
of like
I know
yeah.
Annalase's grandpa is an old guy who teaches people, but like, what is it? It's just sword.
Yeah, it's sword good. That's just in a
Alright.
world full of magic. Sometimes sword good is its own kind of magic. You know.
Yeah, but there's like multiple sword goods, and they're just like, damn. Oh, the Arcade style is also interesting. And it's like, would you like to elaborate on how it's different than the Eight Leaves style? And they're like, no.
I feel like 8-leaf style is like better than the other ones because it's just like Arcade, it's big sword. It's like okay, like it's big sword style. While it's like fucking what is it like fucking Cassius Bright in his shit is like all about spins and shit, and he mastered it to a point where he doesn't even have to use the sword for it anymore, and so he uses his staff and shit. You know,
Oh,
it's the fun shit.
Is it just always there? Okay.
New Class 7 just has better individual characters and better dynamics. Yeah, because there's less of them. It's more time to like
Yeah, and they should
explore the
exist.
characters. Yeah, I like Kurt.
I like Kurt too. Kurt is my boring character I'm here for. I
He's
love
my
that
favorite.
He just comes
Yeah.
in and like they try to like do the same that anime shit to him, and he's just like, Kurt talks and acts like a person who's on his 5th death loop of the Cold Steel franchise, and is like, very well, let us get this done with. I understand you're bullying me. Kick me in the face and then leave so you will be satisfied.
Yeah, I love him.
I love Kurt. I love him. I think
I'm
he's
fucking-
hilarious.
I love the serious sword guy. You know.
Oh yeah,
It's
you're
fucking
also
great.
a Laura fucker, aren't you?
Yeah, I dated Laura in the game. Whereas I feel like Laura is this fun option. Though in the first game, I didn't date anyone. I just fucking went with blonde guy in class 7. Eustace, yeah, I like Eustace.
Very rare that I remember character names better than somebody.
It's just like I forget like a lot of the stuff because it's just like when it's late and two, it's just like I don't know, it's just bad. Usually when I like a character, it's like I could just say the one blonde fucker, and that's probably right. I liked Eustace a lot. He was like my boy in the first game.
I think Eustace is probably the most interesting character from OG Class 7.
Yeah.
Well, him and Gaius, but like,
Yeah.
it takes Gaius 3
you know.
games to do anything, if we're being honest.
Yeah.
And like when he does stuff, he starts doing stuff, but before then, it's
Yeah.
like, I'm
Yeah.
nice and I like art. I'm
Mhm.
Kaiji Tang.
Oh,
Who else do
just fun time.
I like
What's that?
I like Toa. I
Yeah,
like Alphine.
Yeah.
Randy and Tio.
Yeah. That's fair.
Altina. I really
Yeah.
liked. You know what? I like Machias actually. I like-
Dude, so I feel bad because I never used Machias, but I always respected him a lot.
I like Machias has like the worst introduction of anyone in the entire
Yeah.
Trails franchise for no fucking reason.
But he like redeems himself, you know.
And, he sucks so bad in the first game, and then in the second game you're like, gotta meet my classmates again. The first one you meet is Machias. It's like, fuck, man, I have to hang out with Machias, and then he's just like a cool guy, and you're like, all right, Machias, maybe I misjudged you. And then in the third game, everyone's just like, oh, I'm fucking around, and Machias is like, I got a real job because we should have jobs, you idiots. And I love Machias.
Yup. I like Sarah.
I love Sarah in the first Cold Steel game.
Yeah.
I only played up through 3. I think she should have died at the end of the first Cold Steel game or something. They do not know what to do with her.
She's too hot to die, Jello. I'm sorry.
Whatever. I feel like there's like one character I really like who I'm missing.
God, is it one of the Ouroboros guys?
No, I hate all of them.
Yeah. Fuck. And that's
Yeah.
the thing. There's so many characters that you're just like, fuck. I like Randy.
Yeah, I said Randy and Tio. Oh,
Yeah, oh, yeah,
you know
yeah,
what? I like Tita. I like Tita a lot.
Mm.
I like explosion babies who are mechanics. I don't like it when they ship her with Agate. That's
Yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah.
I hate that. Oh, you know what? Okay, I do like. She barely counts as an Ouroboros member, but I like Vita.
Yeah. Fuck. What's the knight?
Oh,
From
Aryan
Ouroboros?
Rod.
Yeah. The stall ritter under her. Like.
Oh, Duvalie. Yeah, Duvalie's
Duvalie,
great.
I fucking love Duvalie.
Duvalie's awesome. Duvalie's so good.
Yeah.
Duvalie's the only character who's as angry at Ouroboros as I am.
I fucking love her, dude. Like, I don't know. I'm a simple guy. Like, I have certain simple tastes. If you put a girl that's a knight in front of me, good. If you put a blonde character in front of me, it's like good. That's why I like Eustace. That's why I like Tora. That's why I like Duvalie. I'm a simple guy, you know? It's just like, that's how it be.
I like... Duvalie's fucking great. I like Aryan Road if you take her character and, like, put her in a different story and give her motivations that make any sense.
I think Eustace's brother is a funny character.
I do like that. So in a universe of this is a spoiler. Fuck, how do I phrase this without ruining anything? In a universe of characters who do insane things and then try and go, my machinations lay undetected for years, and then try to have their, like, redemption pie afterwards. I love Eustace's brother for being exactly who he is and never apologizing for it and not pretending he is anything else. You know what? It's refreshing.
Yeah.
Oh god, his ankle's broken.
Oh no.
No, I can't even come close to doing that with my foot. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Alright, it's late. I shouldn't keep you up anymore.
Yeah.
I will quit this game.
Alright. Okay, stream.
Yeah, I have to close this before I shut the stream off, but we'll be going in a second.
Bye. When
Bye.
it happens.
Yeah. Fucking Christ, this is taking a long time to do.
No, this is awkward.
Yeah. Cold Steel's great when you don't have a bitch in your ear telling you.
That's me. That's me. That was me the entire time I was playing Trails, where I just didn't talk about it because I knew everyone would just bitch about it constantly. You know, it's just like I enjoyed it. And it's like, yeah, I had my fun. And then everyone shows my complaints, and it's like, yeah, I can just deflect it now. I've because it's like this thing of like when I saw you tweeting a bunch about like Fire Emblem Engage and stuff, I was like, I'm just gonna mute you for a bit because I want to form my own opinions about games before I get like a bunch of like negative energies. Because like if I hear a bunch of negative things about a game and play it, then all I'll think about is how people had negative opinions about the game.
Oh, anyway, good night.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Fuck yeah. Later.
Sorry. Okay, there.